Human Resources Director for Governmental.
You guys want to introduce yourselves? Start with Sue. All right, let's get started.
Okay, then we have Human Resources. It's a request to increase tribal support, $20,088.30, and this is to increase space cost. And Ashley can answer any additional questions.
Okay. Could you explain more of what this is for like the new board?
Sure. So the purpose of it is it's to move internally in the administration building from the offices we're in currently to a different location. The current location we have only has 2 offices that have full walls. So for HR, we have almost little to no privacy for confidentiality reasons. And so this new location, every office has full walls.
Could you tell them the location?
It's all in administration still. It's we're on one side of the building now. We'd be moving like into the basement, which still has very easy access to the front office for letting people in and out.
Okay, thank you. Bridget.
So I absolutely agree that you guys need confidential space. My only concern is, and I've been saying this a few times, is we keep moving people and we just moved you guys, and that takes a lot of our staff, especially shipping and receiving that don't have a ton of people either. So I think before we move someone, we should move them for the last time kind of thing. Look at a master plan or whatever it is, because we keep moving people and then members don't know where they're located. It costs us time and money as well. But I do agree, you definitely need confidentiality.
Anyone else? All right, thanks Ashley, appreciate it. Next budget, please.
Next up is the JKL School Fiduciary and Interest. Hello, Billiam. Did you introduce yourself? Did you introduce yourself? You never went there? Oh my God.
You're old too.
I am old because I love blowers. The stairs are still my favorite part of that building. Introducing.
Hello again, Bill Conley. Working on the government side now. I am the accountant for the JKL Fiduciary Committee. And this budget request give a little bit of history. We've had some discussions with the Bureau of Indian Education about whether or not we can count students, tribal students or native students at Malcolm School as part of our overall student count for obtaining ISEP funds from the Bureau. And we had discussions back and forth. For years, we've been allowed to count them, and now going forward, we cannot count them anymore. They had a discussion, and because it's a public school, not associated with JKL, they will not allow us to count them anymore. So we are requesting to move the support for Malcolm from the funded Bureau cost center to our interest cost center and use those funds to pay the agreement that we have with Malcolm. We have a providing of education services agreement with Malcolm, with Sioux area schools. And so in the past, we've budgeted $200,000 for that agreement. And it ranges when we get the actual billings between 150 and 200,000. So we're asking to use up to 200,000 of fund balance interest earnings in the separate cost center where we record those earnings, and reducing what we had budgeted of Bureau funds in our regular operating cost center for the Fiduciary Committee.
Yeah, and to add some historical information, for the longest time, the Sioux Tribe has been supplementing Malcolm's budget with $200,000 from ISEP funding, because at the end of the day, a lot of our students end up there. However, we sought clarification from the Bureau of Indian Education, and we talked directly with their director, Tony Dearman, and the students at Malcolm are not ISEP eligible. ISEP is the predominant funding that we receive from the BIE, so we can't ship it over there anymore. It's unlawful, there's no way around it. It sounds like what you're trying to do, the workaround, is to continue to support Malcolm, but instead of sending the ISEP funds directly to them, you're sending the interest that we accrue with those funds, which we can do.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, Aaron?
So I'm trying to get myself back in a good frame so I can support. We have a 1 year left on a 2-year agreement for Malcolm. Just for the background, because there's a lot more to this story, is Malcolm was reporting also freshmen, and including other people who were not freshmen, and that's kind of what started the whole controversy. And when I came back to office, before I left office, we had entered an agreement for them to receive funding, ISEP funding for freshmen. They were counting sophomores, juniors, and seniors as freshmen, and that became very obvious. September, when I came back, I had asked the question, and we got a report that there was only one Sioux Tribe freshman, and we were giving $200,000 a year out of our ISEP funding. So all of the boards eligible to be on the fiduciary, and while you may not have students in your unit that attend, there's a possibility down the road that some virtual education can happen. We have a commitment for a high school from our state charter, and we have a commitment from the BIE as well to do a high school. I don't support this proposal because it's counterintuitive to the needs of the JKL high school to be using the fund balance to fund Malcolm. And, you know, we've had proposals to do renovations so that we can do planning for high school to start, not this fall, but the following fall. And that fell flat. There's supposedly, and maybe in good faith, supposedly some support to do a high school, to build a high school. That wasn't the recommendation of the fiduciary or the staff, because they want to do what's called proof of concept. So they can prove that we will get high school students. And so as we build that 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade to add on to JKL, that we have additional ISEP funds. I would support some other arrangement, maybe 2%, maybe a combination of 2% in cultural enhancement, because I do think we have to follow through and support Malcolm for that second year of the agreement. And I support an ongoing relationship with Malcolm, but I don't think it's appropriate to use the JKL fiduciary or JKL fund balance, because those are funds that are targeted for ISEP students. So I don't know if we need a legal opinion from the BIE. And so the other piece of this is several board members just refused to accept when Tony Dearman told us that we're no longer allowed to use ISEP funds for Malcolm. And just really quickly, the explanation is, while it was permissible before, the current president, had put negotiated rulemaking out to get from tribal nations across the country if we should be diverting ISEP funds for non-ISEP operations. And tribes across the country were unanimous in saying absolutely not. We don't support that. So, and for those who don't understand what negotiated rulemaking is, it is promulgating the law. So the president put it out, the input came, and the rule was established that we cannot use ISEP funds for non-ISEP operations. And Malcolm is not an ISEP operation. So I think we need to seek clarification before we do this, from the BIE on whether or not we can use fund balance funds, because the president's direction and the rule is clear that you cannot use ISEP funds for non-ISEP operations. So, but like I said, I'm not attacking Malcolm, because I do support finishing the second year of the agreement, but I think that we have to use potentially 2% in cultural enhancement for that purpose and not ISEP funds. So,
Kim, then Lana.
Okay, a little more history on that. We did receive 2 years of emails between the principal at Malcolm and Casey Holder and Tony Dearman. Not one of them questioned the use of the money for Malcolm during that time. Might have even been longer than that, because we got quite a few of them. Is that about 4 months ago? I think they were
Something
sent
like
out
that,
from
yeah.
Ryan. So the school, Malcolm wasn't doing anything wrong because no one told them they were until it was questioned. And then they said, no, you can't do that. So it wasn't like they were trying to do it. And then whoever was entering the information into the, at JKL was doing that incorrectly, and they never questioned that. So nothing was purposely being done wrong. It was, no one ever questioned it from our higher ups at the time until this last year. And I do support a JKL high school, but I want it built over on the campus. It'll be a permanent structure. We received what would you call it, for $10,000 to renovate this 2 buildings over here, and when we get the budget, it was $250,000. So I'm like, how do we go from 10,000 of renovations to 250? So that's why I didn't support that resolution when it came. I would rather see, if we're gonna build, let's do it right, let's do it permanent. Put it on the campus at JKL. I mean, the high school probably can't be where the younger ones are, but they could put it across the street where the administration is. So I'd rather see a permanent structure that's gonna be there, last forever, instead of renovating 2 buildings that we move people out of because they had mice and snakes and rats. So I'd rather see that being done right. And I know Mike was the other one who felt the same way I did. We're gonna do it, let's do it right. So, and Austin always says, we got old buildings we gotta take care of anyways, but I don't think those would be good for a high school, to tell you the truth. So that was my concern with it, is we were quoted 10,000 and we ended up with the budget coming back at 250 for 2 buildings. So I guess that's it. And I don't think Bill would have made the recommendation if there was any concerns regarding the ISEP money.
Just for clarification, these are interest earnings that have accumulated over a number of years from our investments and not specifically ISEP funds. So we've been accumulating the earnings that we have on, as I said, on our investment pool into a separate cost center. It's not mixed with the Bureau funds. It's a separate cost center. And each year it flows into fund balance. So these are not direct ISEP funds.
Okay, Lana.
And that was gonna be my question, Bill. So the interest we earn on that, we can use to our discretion, and this is allowable?
That's my belief, yes.
Okay, because I agree with Kim, if it wasn't allowable, it wouldn't be in front of us, one thing. Number 2, what is the balance of that interest earned fund balance? And how long can this be sustained?
Through the end of May, it's about 2,650,000.
2.6 million, and that is the interest?
It's accumulated interest, yes.
Okay.
There's never a profit, so to speak, using the Bureau funds. I defer any excess funds that we received into the deferred revenue account that I point out each month when I send out the financial statements. So there's no excess into the fund balance from the operating cost center of the Bureau funds.
Okay, so it is allowable for the interest. We have a good hefty fund balance in there. And then they do have, it's been stated, there's some ongoing things. I think I did ask the question about the virtual reality coming forward for Malcolm, and I'm excited about that. So it can be, and it is allowable. Okay, I'm fine with it.
Aaron.
So is 100% of the interest not ISEP funds or charter funds?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I'm feeling better about that. But the other thing to keep in mind is that schools typically try to maintain a fund equity or a fund balance. And so that's our fund balance. So that's for rainy days, that's for, whenever we need it. And I'm a little concerned that, well, with the amount, let me back up, with the amount that you said that we have, we could construct a high school. If that really is what, taking that at face value, if that's really a commitment, then what we should do is shift gears immediately, because I can tell you that the school's demoralized right now. They don't believe that a high school's gonna happen, because we came that close. But if we can construct a high school, let's shift gears and let's get moving on it, and, hopefully that comes to fruition. But I also want to clarify two things for the new board members especially. The reporting to the BIE was done by the same person that does the reporting for JKL, but it's not JKL. JKL did not report Malcolm's information. They should not be held responsible for what Malcolm was reporting. And, I know Kim didn't say it this way, but it's not that, we didn't ask the right questions, because actually we didn't ask the right questions. Malcolm was falsely reporting. We know this as a fact. They were falsely reporting their 9th grade enrollment, and they got in trouble. They got popped for it. We got in trouble for it. So just because it wasn't caught doesn't mean it was appropriate, because it was not appropriate. We know it was not appropriate. The directors sat right here and told us it was not appropriate. And so, it's true, because I've had this conversation with Rob as well. It's true that they didn't object, they didn't call our attention to it. It's because it was being falsely reported. They didn't know that Malcolm was falsely reporting 9th graders that were not 9th graders, and they were not eligible to receive the funding. And if you need that, I can get that letter from Tony Dearman, but he told us that at this table. So, but I wanted to make it clear, JKL was not reporting those numbers for Malcolm. Carolyn MacArthur is contracted by JKL. Carolyn MacArthur is contracted by, was reporting for Malcolm's ISEP, not through JKL. So those are completely separate. And just because it wasn't caught doesn't mean that it was appropriate, because we know it was not appropriate. Now, that's water under the bridge, so let's move forward. I do support a continuing support for Malcolm, but I don't support it coming out of funds that are being held for the future benefit of JKL. So I don't know how if I'm just outpowered and outnumbered on this one, because
I have a different solution that I think would be in the tribe's financial best interest. Kim, you can talk, and then I'll talk on it, but after that, if we can move on, that'd be cool. Okay, go ahead, Kim.
Okay, in those emails back and forth, the question was brought up to Casey Holder and Tony Dearman. These are our numbers. Are we allowed to count them? So I'm looking for the memos that were sent
Okay,
back and
but-
forth.
Casey has
But-
nothing to do with the ISEP funds.
Well, he was in the email chain.
So regardless though, so the BIE isn't seeking for us to repay those
Right.
funds. They're not. But what they're saying is, we can't use those funds for those students anymore. What Malcolm was doing is they were counting kids that were in 10th, 11th, 12th grade as freshmen if they had the credits to be considered freshmen. But a lot of these kids might have been 16, 17, 18 years old. They didn't consider themselves freshmen. Their peers didn't. Really, the school didn't either. If they had student IDs, it wouldn't have said 9th grade. But regardless, the BIE has changed the way that we can use those funds. We can't use them that way anymore. But to jump to what I was gonna say is, okay, if you guys wanna continue to support Malcolm, the interest that we earn in that account, that is unrestricted, right, Bill?
That's my
So
understanding.
you can spend it on anything within the tribe. If you want to give them $200,000 a year, what I would recommend doing is go through the long-term 2% funding agreements, which have basically all expired, because you have an obligation to punt those funds to a local unit of government, which is what Malcolm is, right? So they're restricted. You can only spend those slot revenues on projects for local units of government. Give them a long-term contract, and then maintain that $200,000, spend it towards that permanent high school if you want to. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to give them $200,000 of our unrestricted funds that we can use for anything when we have an obligation to issue long-term 2% agreements, and this would be a great option for that. We have long-term agreements with Red Yard High School to pump money into their pool. I mean, would that be a possibility, Bill?
I guess I'd have to check with legal on that, but I would think it doesn't have any restrictions.
So if Malcolm submitted a 2% application to utilize long-term 2% to help subsidize their budget to provide services for the Native American students, would we be able to do that, Josh?
So Malcolm couldn't on its own. Superior Public Schools would have to
The
submit
Superior
that since
schools would have to
Malcolm
do it on their
falls
behalf
under
'cause they're a
Superior
school.
Schools, and if Superior Schools would have to report how they utilize those funds. So if they didn't utilize it for Malcolm, then for future 2%, that tribe could cancel that agreement.
It's a smarter agreement, you guys, because you have to use those 2% on a local agreement. The Superior schools could submit that application on Malcolm's behalf, and you could hold on to the $200,000 that are unrestricted that you could use for any bill within the tribe. So Rob, then Lana.
Okay, so I got to clarify a couple things just because I think it's important to note. So I was there and part of the team that facilitated the agreement. I believe Aaron and Kim also were. So I don't think it's completely fair to say Malcolm was falsely reporting because that was done at the direction of Tony Dearman. I mean, his position might have changed, and the presidential executive order definitely changed things to where it's not allowable anymore. But I was in the room on a conference call with Sandy, with Tony, when that question was asked specifically. Can we count students who are in their second or third year of high school if they have not completed the requirements to go beyond being considered a freshman? That means that maybe the person had been in high school for 3 years, but they still have under 9 credits, which is what it takes to be considered not a freshman anymore. So technically, Tony's, I was right there when he said it. He said if they have not completed the requirements to move beyond freshman year, then absolutely count them as a freshman. So that part's true. But I also agree with Austin here that the way to do this would be to try to move through 2%, because we do have an obligation and we could use the interest out of ISEP to do other things. But it's not completely out of line to use the interest of ISEP to fund programs like Malcolm because they have a high population of JKL alumni. And as we know, Malcolm is the last stop before potential high school dropout. So it absolutely has a critical impact on the statistics and long-term outcomes of JKL. I mean, if you're specifically using those dollars to assist students in their last-ditch effort to get a diploma and you're successful on some of them, that is a direct reflection on JKL, absolutely. So I'm going to support whatever it takes to get them the funds because that's literally our most vulnerable population's last chance to graduate. And I think that's important. And like Lana said, that the plan is to move forward with a hybrid approach to learning where a lot of it's online. That means that this could be accessible to students from other units as well. So I think that it's in our best interest to support it. I also think it's in JKL's best interest for us to support the potential for those students to graduate because those are data that is statistics that is tracked by the state.
Lana.
Yeah, you had made the comment about Red Yard and offering up the pool money. I thought, I won't go there. I would definitely support the discussion about the long-term plan and all the 2% in the units talking about that, especially when we see a real plan for the virtual, so that all students can go there and have that education aspect that they need. And I'd be willing to have that discussion once we have a real plan in front of us for virtual and the amounts that are outdated and how much we have to discuss. We talk about it all the time, what is on the table for 2%. I'm not clear on that. If anybody's clear on that, then you can enlighten us. I don't know if we've had anything on the 2%. What's up for grabs, what's up for discussion, where we're at with it. We haven't got that information. So until we have the real plan for virtual and the real amounts that we're talking about, we just talk about it. I think that is a good solution for Malcolm to move forward, but until then, the solution that Bill has brought, I'm fine with for now, because that discussion is gonna take just a little bit longer, because there is no plan. There is no real plan, and we haven't had the real discussion now that we have new board members here, and we can educate them on what's sitting out there. And I think Unit 2 gets $17,000 in long-term, so it's not like we have a bunch of money at the table that we can offer up. So citing Red Yard is just not the solution. That's not the solution. So, but I'm willing to have the discussion for the betterment of education for all kids, including what they plan to do for virtual to expand that out. So, and I think we could have a lot more kids there as well, so.
So I don't have anyone else on the list. Bill, how much interest do we accrue on that account on average per year?
$2.6 million.
No, I said, how much do we accrue on average per year? That's how much we have total.
It's about 600,000.
Okay.
Depends
So-
on, on the level of investment. So, and the investment return rate has been slowly decreasing, but
Yeah.
it's about 600,000.
So in your opinion, do you think it would be a better financial decision to use the long-term 2% funds and to hold on to these unrestricted funds, which we can use anywhere within the tribe?
I believe the 2% is a better way to go.
Okay, so remind me when we're gonna be reviewing the long-term 2% agreements.
August 11th.
Okay, so August 11th,
Thank you.
that is
I was just saying you need.
about a month from now, which isn't terribly long in terms of a tribal government and all the hoops we have to jump through. So what I would advocate for you guys to do is to table this until then, so you can hold on to the $200,000 worth of funding in there, because again, it is unrestricted and you can use it anywhere within the tribe. You guys have an obligation to send 2% of the slot revenues to local projects such as this. You can do that. And you have expired agreements, so you'll be able to make decisions on where that money is spent. You spend it this way, you lose $200,000 of unrestricted funds, where you can just be a little bit more patient, and then you can have long-term agreement pay for it. Because if you decide to spend it in this fashion, you're gonna spend it quicker than you can make up for it. So he's asking for how much money for this?
200,000.
Oh, 200,000, so I was mistaken about that. You are getting more interest per year, but it's a lot of money at the end of the day. Aaron?
One other thing I would support is, so this is an act of good faith and grace, is currently, the way they were supposed to be getting the funds was based on freshmen. And I support just a flat 200,000 to support what they're doing, regardless if they're freshmen. So if we're using long-term 2%. And the other thing is, if it comes up, because, sometimes filibusters come late in the day when we do one thing here at the table, then we do another thing in public. And, but if that comes up and somebody says, well, we can't do that. We are doing it. We're doing it right now. We already give about, I think, 80,000 or some amount to Sioux schools that pay for the detention monitor and the truancy person. It used to be Lois Captain, but she retired. And we have been doing that for about 25 years. We've given them, the Sioux schools, we've given them at least $3 million for that position over the years. So we already know we can do it because we've been doing it for 25 years.
Lena?
Do we know, and this, you probably don't have this answer right off the top of your head, but do we know what the long-term agreements are, the amount that have expired and that we have up for discussion?
Yes. There's only one that hasn't expired. It's the agreement with Sault Ste. Marie.
So
So
how
they're
much?
all expired.
That's a lot.
Yep. So we need to start meeting regularly, and then when we approve these long-term projects, there has to be an expiration date
We
on
did
them.
vote on one, and that was Red Yard School, because they had to be at this table. So, so when you say there's no long-term agreements that have been, the two in Unit 2 have been voted on at this table. Most, okay, most, so. And that's like $17,000, so like I said, so we'll know that amount when we have that discussion on the 11th, what we're talking about, and, yeah.
What I would suggest doing is just taking this off the agenda. Like I said, you can save $200,000 worth of unrestricted funds. Bill, if you want to talk?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead. Correct me if I've been saying stupid stuff.
No, it's not stupid stuff. The problem is that I have to do something as of June 30th. because that's
The
when the
agreement?
fiscal year for for the fiduciary committee expired. So if I don't have anywhere else to put this, the BIE will not allow it for the 25-26 school year. So I have to, essentially, I have to use this money
For this purpose or other purposes?
for this purpose,
Okay.
because the school year has expired. So as of June 30th, I don't have anywhere else to
So
put
are you
it.
recommending that we spend the $200,000 for this purpose then, for this school year?
Yes, unless we can move it somewhere else. I don't know where else it could go, but you can't put it into 2%, just put it there.
Yeah.
Because the funds aren't there yet.
Okay.
So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place with them finally coming forth and saying that we couldn't fund it with BIE funds.
Okay, Aaron?
So for 3 months, I have been saying that we need to have a solution for Malcolm, because even though I don't agree with what's happened and we disagree about what happened, I support them not being left in the lurch. And I've been saying for 3 months now that Malcolm needs to plan for fall, and our school needs to plan for fall. So I think if we don't do something tonight, we're going to just punt it past August, and we're not going to use 2%. And so what I think we should do tonight is we should vote to allocate it out of long-term 2%. Then that will require us to make the changes on August, whatever that date is, out of 2%, and find the funds to do it. And the reason for the new board members, this information has not been lacking. We've had Schlehuber years ago presented options to us, and we couldn't come to any agreement. It's come back to this board like 3 or 4 times over the last 20 years, and we haven't done anything. So if we vote tonight to allocate 2%, long-term 2%, to support this instead of using the fiduciary funds, I'll support it. And then it'll force us to make the changes to long-term 2% as soon as we can get to it.
Bill, your thoughts on that?
Well, that doesn't answer the problem that I have right now, and that's June 30th. I have to do something with these funds that we've already sent Malcolm. I'm due another bill from them for June that I haven't received yet. And so like I said, I have to do something that will, move these funds somewhere.
If we can't come up with a better solution, I'll support it, but like long-term, we shouldn't be spending unrestricted funds to a school that isn't ours. If there's a better solution with long-term, I think that's obviously better. If we can't do it this year, let's build it for next year then.
I agree totally. It's just that, as Aaron said, we've been having this discussion for a while, and now it's come to the fiscal year end for the fiduciary committee. And, I don't think it'll be the full 200,000. I'm waiting for the June bill, but based on past experience, it might be between 150 and 175 or something like that. But somehow or another, we have to get this out of here.
Okay, Lana, then Bridget?
Yeah, and I might have misspoke, and I'm sure Letitia's gonna correct me. I do believe that Unit 2 has about $29,000 in 2%, long-term 2%. And that includes PILT too, that we have to give to Clark Township where the casino's located. So, we're not talking about a big amount for Unit 2, and I know that Unit 5, they only get about 80. So this real discussion about the money that we're gonna use from that coffer is probably Unit 3 and Unit 1 have the bigger amounts to discuss what they're not gonna fund out of the long terms now. So, and this is probably a naive question, Bill, but can we pass this resolution tonight? And then once I think it's no, but once we figure out how we're gonna reallocate the 2%, then replenish that account? Can we do that?
I don't know. I think that would be a legal question.
We would not be able to use 2% to refund us for funds we already spent.
Okay. I didn't think we could, but.
You could have us be reimbursed Malcolm and then on them, but their year end is close.
We're open.
They have a 6:30 year end.
I'm good with the past debt. I won't argue that point and go forward. But going forward, if we need a different CMC.
All right, Bridget, then you guys, let's move on from this, okay?
Yeah, I'll support this tonight. But I do want to have those conversations. Our school system is over 50% Sioux Tribe members. We also need some funding for capital improvements that we weren't able to provide. So I do want to have those conversations and not just, put aside 200,000 for this unit. Thanks.
Okay, let's move on to the next budget.
Okay,
please.
thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Next time, Bill's last. Next up, we have law enforcement, Adam Walsh, and it's to establish a 2026 budget with federal Department of Justice revenue of $67,664.27, no effect on tribal support. Has wages $45,654, fringe $5,769, supplies $790, travel training $5,201, indirect $7,250, equipment $3,000, and it also, the personnel is a SORNet project coordinator, 2,080 hours at 21.42, and Amber Horner is online for any additional questions.
Hey Amber, how you doing?
I'm good, Austin. How are you?
Hey, doing good. So you're not here in person, but I want to introduce you to the new board members that we have. We have Sue St. Ange from Unit 3. We have Cole Goodrow from Unit 4, and we have Ashley Gravel from Unit 1. So,
Congratulations, everybody. Nice to meet you.
yep, thank you. So does anyone have any questions on this resolution for Amber? Or Amber, maybe if you just want to explain it in more detail for them, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, this is for our Adam Welsh grant. So what this does is it pays for our SORNA coordinator, and she currently, anybody who's a sex offender that has to register with us goes through our office, and this pays for this position. So what happened was we extended the grant 1 year. I did the budget through the DOJ and everything, but I forgot to submit this one. So that's all it is. It's just establishing it.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Questions, comments? Start with Kim.
Just a comment, the budget's not attached, so I don't know if it makes a difference to the record keeper. Yeah, the budget page isn't on here, so.
What?
So I don't know if it makes a difference before this goes into the record.
I blame Lana. Actually, I bring Samurai.
Anyone else?
I didn't know if it had to be in the record with the res also.
Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a great day, y'all.
You as well.
We'll get you guys copies of that.
She'll get everyone a copy. Yeah. Okay, next budget?
Okay, next up, Natural Resource Division, GLRI Adaptive Management Wolf. It's established a 2027 budget. And this is to spend the grant funds out. It's BIA revenue, $1,003.08. Other expenses, $896. Indirect of $107. And Eric's here and he promised not to say a whole lot.
I can see it on the screen. We're missing those pages.
Hi there.
How you doing, Eric?
Good. How are you?
Good, good.
I'm,
At the end of this, let's give an announcement of our trip yesterday.
sounds
Want to?
good. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah. I'm Eric Clark. I'm the director of the Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, housed in the Natural Resource Division. This is just a really simple budget, like Jen said, just trying to spend out. I missed the mark by $1,000 trying to get this closed, and so here I am creating a budget for $1,000.
All right, awesome. I appreciate it. Any questions, comments? All right. So for our announcement, obviously the Sioux tribe is a land poor tribe. Like everyone always talks about the members that we have. We have a ton, until recently we had more than any other federally recognized tribe east of the Mississippi River. But if you divide our membership with the land that we have, we're one of the most land poor tribes in the country. So my office has always tried to increase that land base. We try to build relationships with landowners that could potentially will us land. And we've done that recently. One of the owners of one of the islands in the Lachenal set of islands is interested in donating their island to the Sioux tribe. It is Lone Susan Island. It's 5 acres. It would also include road front on the road that's in front of there. So I was gonna talk to the legal department about starting the process, to transfer that to us if the board of directors would be, willing to do that. The property tax is only $2,000 a year, so if for some reason we couldn't get it placed in trust, the financial burden would just be $2K a year. So really awesome opportunity. Eric and I, we went over there with the property owners yesterday, and Eric, if you wanna share anything else, I'd appreciate it.
I mean, it's a cool little island and a place that I actually think is, you know, I'm sure property values are really high in that neighborhood. Just doing some internet sleuthing, the name Lone Susan Island is named after a woman named Susan Girish, I believe is how you pronounce her name.
I believe she's indigenous too, right?
And she was an Anishinaabe woman who lived on that island alone, which feels pretty significant. And I don't really understand the significance,
Point
but
of information, what was her name?
Susan Girish? Garish? Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really special when we went over there. We saw just about every kind of animal that island would hold. We saw herons, we saw bald eagle, a deer actually swam over the island while we were over there. And the property owners are like, we've never seen this type of activity from wildlife. It's in the Lachinoes. Yeah, so a 5-acre island in the Lachinoes does not go cheap. So I figured I'd have the property owners come here if they're available at the meeting that we transfer it. That way we can all thank them. And it can inspire different property owners to do something similar. So a lot of times, like, you might be an elder and you might not have any dependents, and you might wonder what you're gonna do with your property if you don't have anyone to will it to. And there's conservation groups that people will their land to, like the Traverse Conservancy. I think that's what it's called, right? But if we have stories such as this, it will let people know that tribes are an option too if you wanna return any historical homelands. So super excited about it. Yeah.
And I don't know if this will make any difference, but once property leaves the hands of the owner that's owned it forever, taxes might be more than 2,000. Because it's gonna be based on the current value. Unless because it's going through us, it might make a difference.
Could you repeat that?
Like, their property taxes are 2,000, you said?
Yeah, that's what they estimate. It's like a little over
Okay, but they've
2,000 a
owned
year.
the property probably a long time.
Well, actually, only like 15 years. The story is kind of, these people, their family owns one of the large places on that same cove in the Lachinoes. These two said that they fell in love paddling around that island, so they bought it.
Is there anything on it? Nothing on it?
Just a little cabin.
Little cabin, yeah.
That was theirs.
But what's cool is they attended the screening for the documentary that the Khalil brothers made, and they said it was always in their long-term plans to give the island back to the tribe. But they said that documentary further inspired them because, you know, there could very well be Native American artifacts over there.
But I'm just thinking, once it changed hands, the tax value might go up higher, because I'm thinking of, when we bought our cabin, it was $16,000. We only pay $600 a month for taxes, but everyone around us is paying thousands.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not going to pretend to know
That's
the ins and outs
waterfront.
of tax law. and
Yeah,
all that
I don't know
stuff.
it either, but
From
right now it's
89,
affordable
you know,
at
we've owned it
$2,000
for
a
that
year.
long.
Yeah, so.
So yeah, just in case you need to adjust the budget,
Yeah.
okay?
All right.
And don't come as a shock to you.
All right, next budget, please. I appreciate it. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Next up, Nuns Creek Rehab Hatchery. Request to increase federal BIA $135,000, no effect on tribal sport. It'll increase consulting and contracting, and Danny Fagan is here if you have additional questions.
All right, Danny, could you explain what this is for everybody, please?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Danny Fagan. I am the director for the Natural Resources Division, Gideon Kwame Edelman, Ajin Dewendiang. And I'm filling in for Jack Tomikoski today as he's traveling for work.
Before we go any further, I'm terrible with introductions. We have Ashley Gravel, Unit 1, Cole Goodrow, Unit 4, and Sue St. Ange, Unit 3. Yeah, they're the newly elected board members.
Nice to meet all of you. So we operate a number of ponds and hatcheries in Barbeau and then down at Nuns Creek. And each year we're going after grant funding to support the operation of these hatcheries. This year we stocked over 900,000 walleye in the 1836 and around 280,000 lake whitefish, which if you take a look at the state of Michigan's stocking database, that's the most anyone's ever reported for summer whitefish. So it was a pretty good year for us.
There's 12 federally recognized tribes in the state, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we're one of 2 tribes with a stocking program out of 12,
With
right?
whitefish, for
Okay.
whitefish, yep.
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 Yep. So, yeah, we're
And-
doing really important work.
Yeah, and so this budget is actually looking, these are restricted funds from the BIA Fish Hatchery Maintenance Program, and we're looking to do a budget mod to incorporate an additional $135,000. One part of this budget mod for the $100,000 for the pipe kind of retrofitting and updates was actually included in our fiscal year 25 budget. We had hoped to complete it during 2025, but at the time that budgets were due, we still anticipated being done in 2025. We're adding it in now because we're gonna have to contract this out, and contractors can't actually bid on this while the ponds are full. We literally just finished draining the ponds a week or 2 ago, so we're now in that sweet spot where we can put this project out for bid, contractors can come check it out, put bids in, and we can hope to get this work wrapped up before we need to reuse these ponds, or need to use these ponds again for the next season. And then there also is a $35,000 project to pay for a new overflow structure. All of these are for our 30-acre walleye pond out at the Barbo Hatchery.
How many walleye did we pull out this year?
900 and some thousand,
So
901,995.
a hair under $1 million. Nice job.
Yep.
Any questions, comments? All right, good work, Danny.
Thanks.
Appreciate everything you do.
Job, ladies. Last one we have is BIA. It's a request to increase the use of $200,000 in BIA fund balance. It'll increase consulting contracting, $200,000 for FSA advisory 105L, and Holly Hopla is here for additional questions.
Could you explain this in some detail too?
Yeah, I absolutely will. Jeff is online. Jeff Holt is our self-governance specialist. I did tell him that I would present this morning to the board, as he's not been before the board in a while, so I just wanted to let him listen in and acclimate. You'll see him tonight. So, what this will do, so this is applicable to the 105L program, and the 105L program is either you can run it through BIA or IHS. And what they will do is they will reimburse for operational expenses for your buildings, and that includes depreciation. And so I believe the first resolution that we had was in 2021 with regards to some IHS buildings. And then there were additional resolutions in 2024, and I believe one in 2025. So the increase with regards to this modification is to pay the consulting company who is helping us put some of our facilities into the 105L program. Currently, we have 10 buildings that are in the program. We've been working diligently. They require a lot of information. That is our JCPenney's building, our Woolworth's building, our Mary Murray building, Big Bear, Judicial. And then on the IHS side, we have Escanaba, which is also listed as Gladstone, Manistee, Munising, Newberry, and the Sioux. And so, like I said, this modification is requesting funds to continue placing buildings into this program. And with the intent that once we start receiving funds from 105L, we'll open a company for that and we'll move the expenses for the consultant company to that company or that cost
So in a
center.
nutshell, we want to utilize the 105L leasing program to pay for the building costs, but we want to utilize consultants to help us build that up.
Correct.
And that's what that is. And at the end of the day, this program is going to pay for the initial investment with the consultants and then some.
Correct.
Okay, Tyler, Kim, then who else? Aaron.
Jeff, nice to see you again. It seems like we made some progress since I last talked to you, so that's good news. I just want to throw something, on a high level awareness to make sure that we're utilizing this program to the maximum ability. I know we spoke a few weeks ago in closed session. A couple meetings ago, the Health Division was approved to do financing for the expansion of the Health Division here in the Sioux. And I just want to make sure that prior to going through a commercial loan, that we're moving that into 105L leasing almost, immediately. And if Jeff has been in communication with the Health Division for that project?
I don't know that anyone has been. Jeff, could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All appearances, we were at a self-governance conference in just south of Phoenix in April, and they built a facility completely using 105L funds. And so that seems to be an allowable cost for that.
So the other thing that I wanted to bring forth is, and I think I had communicated this to the board previously, is that we have one of our banks that we utilize who will fund or loan money and charge just interest until the program is up and running and the building is in the program. I have not personally had communications with the health division on that. I'm not sure where they stand at this point. Jen, have you had any?
Okay. I mean, I know that it's passed into law that we're authorizing that, but this needs to be a priority that they focus on this avenue of funding prior to taking out any huge, I totally support the expansion. I just think we need to do it in the right way to get into this program immediately if possible.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Agreed.
if we could have like three-way communication between you, Jeff, and the health division, or even Jen here, to make sure that we're utilizing this program to the maximum of its ability before taking out any huge debt, I think that would be ideal. So let's just make sure there's communication loop, and since you're all executives, if you can loop in the board on that communication channel so we know what's happening, that would be ideal.
Yeah, I think part of that proposal was to utilize third-party revenue, and I think it would benefit us immensely to use this program before those funds.
Right, Bewitched, thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Just one question before, because I
I'm
planned on
sorry, I have a
now-
couple people on here.
Oh, sorry.
No. Is it okay? Kim, go ahead. Okay.
I want to email or follow up with James afterwards. So you said health has approval to go forward with financing then?
I
For the
believe it
expansion?
happened 2 meetings ago.
I think it would be in the best interest of the board just to get an update from the health CEO regarding what is going to be paying for those projects. We're not in the right setting for that, you guys, so.
Well, no, the reason I ask is they have a budget right now for the, that's 100% third party, so that's why I was gonna message him. So I just wanted to be clear that they have that, so.
Okay. All right, Kim, Aaron, do you guys want to talk?
Did I hear you say we've been doing this program since 2021?
I believe there was a resolution in 2021 to initiate the process, but if I'm not mistaken, this started in 2024 in the fall, where the buildings that I had mentioned for the BIA side of things went into queue first.
Okay, that was the question I was going to ask, like, why haven't we seen anything happening since 2021? But I'm good with Tyler's explanation and yours, so, and yours.
Okay, anyone else? All right, guys, we are going to recess for lunch. We're a little bit behind schedule. We haven't gotten the update on the secretary election, so when we get back at 1:15, we will hear that. Afterwards, we'll have agenda review, and then we'll have the meeting. So any questions for lunch?
It's all open.
Yep, the rest of the evening is open, so.
That's not an update. That is you absolutely have to pick the election board
Oh,
today.
okay.
Or the BIA will pick it for you.
Yeah, that's,
Bottom line.
that's easy, and I think we agreed to randomize it, so
Yep.
I think that we were gonna have people put in their names from consideration for each unit, and then we're gonna do drawings within each unit.
So, also, I want to get clarification on this, it wasn't clear when Ryan sent it to us, is that the randomization already happened. Legal already did it, they already have the names to recommend to us, so, but I also know that a board member is asking to add somebody's name past the deadline. So, I don't know,
I'm not gonna be supportive of that.
No.
There's open deadlines, people applied, we're doing the drawing.
He did a draft of that, but if you guys want to do it live, Ryan gave you guys that option. He did it, yes, but you guys also have the option, if you want to do that random drawing live, that's your choice.
So the problem with that is there's already names that have been identified, and,
Not give it to anybody, though.
well, we don't know that. I mean, no, I mean, I don't know that we were told we couldn't share that information. People's names were already selected that in good faith put into
So
it.
when Ryan sent his email, he said you guys can either choose to accept the results showing how the website he found does the drawing, or you guys can choose to do the drawing live. It is up to the majority of the board on how they want to select the random who are on the election board.
You good, Aaron? Okay, Lana, then Bridget.
Yeah, when we had this discussion the very first time, we said we were going to do it live at the board meeting. I was specific about that and must have said it about 3 times. The board of directors did agree with that. That was an internal email that we received with the names. I didn't share them with anybody because I did tell members at all 3 of our elder meetings that once they put in their selection, we would do it live here. And I was adamant about that in my discussions, in my input, and that's what we agreed to. So, and I understand that a random draw did it, but he did give us the option tonight, and I would prefer that we draw names out of a hat, just like we agreed to at that workshop.
Bridget.
Just to clarify, when I sent that email yesterday, that was me passing along a tribal member's intent. It's nothing about me appointing anyone or anything like that. I dropped it off to you. And I agree with Lana. We have a lot of distrust in this tribe right now, and I think it should have been done in a meeting. And I'm not objecting because I just actually looked at the list. I didn't pay attention to it until this morning. But with the distrust, I think we should have did it live on camera.
Aaron.
Point of
then Rob.
inquiry for legal. Did that person's name that she submit come before or after the deadline to submit?
The deadline to submit was 5 p.m. on July 3rd, and this letter of intent was received July 6th.
So I can agree to do the drawing tonight. I don't really care. Like, I don't think that there's funny business taking place. But if we're gonna say that we're gonna do that because that's what we agreed on, we also agreed on a timeline for
That's right.
people. So I'm not gonna be supportive of that. I can compromise, but go ahead.
So the only other comment is that I believe that part of the old board, when we received the email from Ryan, it said nobody from Unit 3 had put in. So this person was putting in, maybe thinking there was nobody else from Unit 3 that put in, that's why. So nobody's advocating for anyone.
Okay, yep, no, that's fine. Lana.
No, I agree with you, actually. That's it.
Rob.
Yeah, no, I remember the discussion with Lana because I believe it was a cross between her original proposal and mine that we ended on after polling. I think it should be done live. I think it's a crucial moment in our tribe's history, and I think our members would appreciate it happen out in live. I guess my question on the other one, and I agree. I mean, if we agreed to do it in live, we should do it in live. But if we agreed on a timeline, we should stick to the timeline. My only question is, was there a member of Unit 3 when that person did submit? Did we already have one? I believe the list had one, right?
There are currently 2 members who submitted for Unit 3.
Okay, so then does that include the one that came late?
No.
Okay, I think we have to pick from just the 2 that submitted on time then, but I am absolutely in favor of doing it live.
All right, guys, so it sounds like there's a consensus. We do it live, and then we stick with the timelines? All right, so let's recess for lunch. We'll get back at 1:15 sharp, you guys, and then we'll hear the item on Secretary Election Board. 1:15, so we're going to go ahead and get started again. The item that we're on right now is Secretary of Election Board. So our General Counsel, Ryan Mills, I believe he's out on vacation today, so our Senior Staff Attorney, Josh, is going to be covering this item for us. So just as a reminder to the board and our membership, several meetings ago, it was recommended that we form a Secretary of Election Board just to help us with that process. So what we did is we created a system where individuals could apply within their units, and then on this date, we would do a drawing to determine who we would select from each unit to serve in that capacity, in that role. So does anyone have any questions before we move on? So what our legal department did is they're gonna utilize some software that's gonna randomize that drawing for us. So they're gonna do screen share. That way the membership can watch that process play out rather than a camera have to zoom into someone pulling a name from a hat, and I don't see anyone wearing hats right now, so that would work for me. But before we go any further, Josh, if you could explain the role that the Secretary Election Board is gonna have throughout this process, we'd appreciate it. And then if we could get screen share set up to do the drawing, and then tonight we can affirm the results in the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Austin. So one of the big roles, the last responsibilities of the tribe in the secretary election is appointing tribal members to serve on the election board to conduct that election. So that election board is made up of tribal members and staff from the BIA who conduct the election. These are the only people who are involved in the election process. So this is the last opportunity for the tribe to appoint who they want to be the tribal members on this election board. If the board does not appoint anyone tonight, then the BIA gets to select tribal members themselves that they want to serve on the election boards as the tribal members on the board. And then within 5 days of these tribal members being named to the election board must have their first meeting. And in that meeting, they will set the schedule for the election and the date in which count night will happen. And pursuant to federal statute, it has to be within 90 days of when we sent the draft constitution to them. So the last date in which that election can take place is September 26th. So that election board will set the date for count night. And then from there, they will prepare sending out registrations to all tribal members, going through those registrations and making the official voter list for the secretarial election, and then engage in handling any complaints or contests to the voter list, doing the tabulation night for the secretarial election, and any complaints or contests to that election. Unlike our elections, no other volunteers are allowed to help with the count night. It's only the election board and the BI staff assigned. So that is why it is important whoever is appointed as the tribal members on the election board that they show up and perform the duties that they volunteered to do.
Okay, so specifically, it sounds like some of the tasks that they're gonna be responsible for is setting the schedule for when the election is gonna take place, when we're gonna count it, but there's parameters within that. What were the other big duties that they did?
Sending out the voter registrations and the draft constitution to all members over the age of 18 at the date of what they set for the election date to register to vote in the secretarial election, then making that voter registration list, and then sending the ballots to them and tabulating those ballots.
Okay, and then the final piece of information that would be useful to the board before we have a conversation is who's gonna be providing oversight to that body?
The BIA is the one who provides oversight. They are the ones who run the election, and then the election board is there to assist and give them a body for tabulation and kind of to do some of the grunt work of running an election.
Okay, questions, comments for the board before we do the drawing? Aaron?
What were the qualifications for tribal members to be in the pool?
So the board decided at the Marquette meeting in June that they were going to appoint 7 tribal members to be to the election board, 1 from each unit, and then 2 at-large members.
Which tribal members we put in for, what was the deadline?
The deadline to register to be in the pool for a random drawing was 5 p.m. on July 3rd. And I can go through and let the board know how many applicants we had from each unit. From Unit 1, we had 4 members apply and submit a letter of intent to serve on the election board. Unit 2, we had 2 members. Unit 3, we had 2 members. Unit 4, we had 3 members. Unit 5 had 1 member. And at large, we had 5 members. So the Unit 5, since there was only 1 member who submitted a letter of intent, that person is already going to be serving on the election board.
Okay.
Who's that?
That member is Taylor Spade.
All right. Are you done, Aaron? Yep, thank you. Okay, Lana?
In the memo that we received, it did state that the Bureau would not be supporting any kind of travel reimbursement for the members that we select. So on, like all of our other committees, I'm hoping that we can either give them a mileage to, just like any other committee that they're on, or maybe if, I don't know if they're out of the area, if we give them all a flat fee for their travel expenses. It said the board could determine that, so I think that's something that we should very well look into, because we do pay mileage reimbursement for all other committees that people sit on. So I'd like us to have that discussion, because this is gonna be one of the historical committees that we have, so.
Yes, we will be creating a budget to help cover their travel. Anyone else? Okay, so could you set up screen share then? So everyone can see the drawing as it takes place? And then if you can explain the software that we're using as well.
So the software that we found is hatpick.com, and under the software we would enter the names for each unit in, and then it would randomly select one of the names to serve on to select, and that name would be the one selected for that unit to serve on the election board. And then for the at-large, since they have 2 tribal members serving on the election board, we would run that drawing twice.
Okay, so when you press that button, pick from hat, is it going to be for the entire list, or is it going to be for each unit?
It would be unit by unit.
Okay, which unit are we going to do first?
I was planning on starting with unit 1 unless the board, and go
No, that's
that
fine.
way
Unit
unless
one,
the
then
board
two,
wants to do a
three, four,
different.
five? Okay. You guys are ready to get started? All right, let's do it. And then tonight, we obviously have to vote to affirm who is selected.
So the 4 members' names have been added to the list: Ellen Gibson, Aaron Paymont, Carolyn Dale, and Barbara Parker, and they are all added to the hat. And once I hit pick from the hat, it will make a selection.
Okay, so Dr. Dale is selected for Unit 1. Okay, so we'll move on to Unit 2.
The 2 names for Unit 2 that submitted letters of intent are Jacqueline Minton, Tony Ann Mills, and they are both being added to the hat.
Okay, so Jackie Mitten will be the selection for Unit 2. So now we can move on to Unit 3.
The 2 names for Unit 3 have been added to the list: Colleen Utter and Carleen Congai.
Okay. Okay, Carleen will be the selection for Unit 3. And now we have Unit 4 and Unit 5. We only had one individual, so drawing isn't necessary.
The 3 names for Unit 4 have been added to the list: Kimberly Hampton, Ernest Demond, and Timothy J. Derwin.
Okay, so TJ Derwin will be the selection from Unit 4. Tim, okay, my bad. Okay, in Unit 5, we don't need to do a drawing because there's only one person, but could you remind our membership who will be selected to represent that area?
The person from Unit 5 is Taylor Spade.
Okay. All right, any more discussion regarding this?
We still have the at-large.
Oh, at-large, I'm sorry.
The 5 at-large names have been added: Curtis Babcock, Clarence Hudak, Gerald Ginder, Wendy Price, and Emily Smith. And we'll do it twice. So the first at-large member selected by the hat is
Mr. Clarence Hudak is going to be the first person to represent the at-large membership, and then we're going to do one more drawing because we agreed we were going to have 2 at-large members.
And the second is
And then the second one would be Emily Smith.
So, do you want me to repeat the name for each unit? And then I can send
you
it to
could,
you
yeah,
in
that'd be
email
fine.
for your motion tonight.
Yep, let's do it.
So in Unit 1, we have Carolyn Dale. In Unit 2, we have Jacqueline Minton. In Unit 3, we have Carleen Congai. In Unit 4, we have Timothy J. Derwin. In Unit 5, we have Taylor Spade. And at large, we have Clarence Hudak and Emily Smith.
Okay, very good. So we have to vote to affirm those results this evening. I believe, is there an item on for this evening, or do we have to wait through? Okay. All right, so we have an item under new business, so we're set there. Any further discussion on this? Going once, going twice? All right, guys, so the only thing left for this afternoon is agenda review. So let's get a couple minutes to get set up for that, and then we'll conduct the agenda review, and we should have a break before the meeting. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get started with agenda review. So for the sponsors of these resolutions, we have new board members, and this is their first time participating in this process. So if you guys don't mind being as descriptive as possible on your resolutions, that would be much appreciated. Some of these, this is the first opportunity we've had to workshop them, and this certainly will be the first opportunity that the new board members have had to review them. So just be as detailed as you can. So first up will be ACFS USDA FY 2026 budget modification.
Good afternoon. Cheryl McCurchie, I'm the director of the Food Distribution Program. And what this mod does is adds the commodities educator to my administrative budget. I am taking funds from one line item and moving it up to wages and fringe, and there's no effect on tribal support or third-party revenue.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. This is one of the budgets that we workshopped earlier this morning. Any questions or comments? Okay, so we will move on to the next resolution that we'll be voting on this evening, which is Big Bear Administration FY 2026 budget modification. Thank you, Cheryl.
Good afternoon, Tammy Graham, the Recreation Director. So the budget mod that I'm requesting is approval to change 2 job titles back to their original titles that were there before the compensation study. So the Office Operations Specialist back to Business Specialist, and Facility Assistant back to the Receptionist. Just working with HR and the CEO, believe these title changes are more indicative of what the job title, actually what they do in that positions.
Are you supportive of that, Jess? Yes. Okay. All right, any questions, comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Tammy, appreciate it. The next resolution is enrollment FY 2026 budget modification.
I'm Julie Salo, Tribal Registrar. This budget mod will allow for the elimination of the enrollment clerk position and replace it with another enrollment coordinator, which will let the department run more smoothly. It also decreases tribal support dollars by $66,758.49 and increases other revenue by $21,000.
Okay, thank you, Julie. This is another resolution that we workshopped earlier today as well. Does anyone have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Julie. Appreciate it. The next resolution is Governmental National Telecom and Information Administration. Are we pulling that from the agenda tonight? No. Okay. Yeah, let's do introductions, not just for Larry, but for the whole room. If the new board members could introduce themselves, we'd appreciate it. Some of you guys already have, but. Okay, thank you, Sue.
Ashley Gravel, Unit 1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Larry Jocks, Director of Strategic Planning. The Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program was our original broadband grant. We wrote for it back in 2022, pre-Reconnect, which is our $29 million grant. But this one, the federal award process at the time went through some serious delays, but we were eventually notified that we were awarded for the performance to start in spring of 23. However, it was a fight to get the actual notice of award due to staff transition at NTIA. We had received the award documentation by the end of 2023. We eventually reshaped the project so we could effectively have service for tribal members, broadband service for members on reservation. Our on-reservation households qualify as Sioux Tribe housing residents, which was then used to pre-qualify them for the broadband funding support. This also allowed us to protect membership privacy by not having to send membership lists to multiple potential broadband providers. With the new modification in place, the intent is to have internet provided to those households and a single payment sent to the provider for those households serviced per month. The methods used combined reduced staff time that would have been required to do an income verification and a voucher system. So the funds with the time remaining will likely extend beyond the end date. We have been notified by the NTIA grant manager that we are able to bill into the future past the end date once we have established a bill payment cadence. So this will put most of the funding, $456,960, towards connecting up to 500 households to pay monthly bills for them with an estimated monthly bill of $76.16 for about 12 months. The remainder will go towards reimbursements of a small portion of my wage and pre-grant application development activities. And I'd like to note that messaging to the households will be coordinated with housing. They've been made aware of this previously, and now that we're coming close to implementation, we're going to give them an update.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Any questions or comments from the board? So in a nutshell, the broadband program was created by the Biden administration to improve connectivity within Indian country. So we received millions of dollars to put in fiber. We were partnering with different companies to help us with that because we have limited capacity. And once we have that fiber installed, we're going to be entering a agreement with a vendor for them to provide internet services. Then we get a cut of what they have. I mean, we don't have the capacity to start our own internet company. So it's a way to help drive revenue and improve connectivity. Questions, comments? All right, thank you, Larry. I appreciate it. The next resolution is Health Division Purchased and Referred Care FY 2026 Budget Modification.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joel Lumsden, the Assistant Health Director. My resolution that I'm covering tonight is essentially just a changing around some of the funding savings within the budget to give us an opportunity to hire a highly experienced worker for the PRC program. Essentially, that's the summary of it. There's a whole bunch of numbers that moved around, but in essence, the budget didn't change overall. All the savings were garnered from within the budget, and we want to move forward with that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Joel. I appreciate it. The next resolution is Internal Services, Human Resources, FY 26 Budget Modification.
Hi, Ashley Samuelson, Human Resources Director for Governmental. I am here for a budget mod for the space cost increases for Human Resources to move internally in administration building from one office area to another due to confidentiality issues.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Any questions or comments from the board? And this was a resolution that we workshopped this morning in our budget session. Questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Ashley. Appreciate it. The next resolution is JKL School Fiduciary and Interest, FY 2026 Budget Modification.
Good afternoon, Bill Conley again. This budget modification would allow for the reimbursement, so to speak, of BIE funds back to the JKL Fiduciary Operating Cost Center for the payment for educational services to outside the organization and JKL School, and allow the funds, excess funds in the interest cost center to pay for that obligation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Aaron.
So we had a lengthy conversation this morning, and I was thinking we were going to go in a different direction, but so we'll be going into the second year of a 2-year agreement with Malcolm to provide high school funding. And it was originally 9th grade funding, but it seems like it's morphing to something more than that. But I do support an ongoing support for Malcolm. I do support $200,000 as a flat rate for the entire grade levels. I will support this just for this year because we have to find a different solution. The BIE director advised us that we can no longer use ISEP funding for Malcolm. And I know that was hotly disputed for several months, but it's black and white, it's clear now. And so I will support this for the second year of the agreement, but I think we need to find a different solution because, here's the reason. Several board members don't support the renovations that were proposed. They say that they support a high school, so in good faith, hopefully that will come true. But any money we spend out of the fund balance is money we don't have available to build that high school, which several board members are saying they're committed to. So I will support it this year, but I can't support it ongoing because it will be taking from the expansion of our high school, and it could halt and prevent the expansion of our high school. And the funds that we will need to build this fully fledged high school that board members say they're going to support. So hopefully that does come to fruition. We'll give it good faith. I'm going to vote in good faith tonight in support of it.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Next up, Law Enforcement, Adam Walsh, Implementation Grant Establishment of FY 2026 Budget.
Good afternoon, Bob Marshan, I'm the Chief of Police. Tonight, this resolution is just to establish a budget for our FY 22 SORNA grant. We were awarded an extension, and this is to establish the budget so we can spend it.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Any questions, comments? Lana?
Hey, Bob. I was here when we had the first one. This is with the machines that tell you, like the kiosks that are in all the different buildings?
Correct.
So are we getting new ones?
We did not have that in this particular
This is just
grant.
for
That
this-
was one of the original operating grants that we were awarded early on and kind of fell to the wayside. It just, a lot of the stuff is already on computers and the internet, so.
Right.
And then there was some issues with the kiosks and
Right.
stuff, so.
Okay, yep, thanks.
Yep.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Bob. Next up, Natural Resource Division, GLRI, Adaptive Management, Wolf Establishment of FY 2027 Budget.
Are we gonna do you read these at this point, or no, just, we.
Just the
workshopped-
gist of what it
okay,
is.
Yeah, Eric Clark, Consortium for Cooperative Ecological Resilience, Natural Resource Division. This is just establishing a budget to spend out some carryover dollars from a grant to close it out. Yeah, it's $1,000.
Okay, and this is going to be used to help catch wolves and do research.
Yeah,
Any
it's-
questions, comments? All right, thank you, Eric. All right, next up, Natural Resource Division, Nuns Creek Rehab Hatchery FY 2026 Budget Modification.
Hi, everyone. Danny Fagan. Excuse me. I'm the director for the Natural Resources Division. This is just a budget mod to add an additional $135,000 of restricted BIA fish hatchery maintenance funding to our budget for this year to account for 2 projects that we're hoping to carry out at our large 30-acre walleye pond in Barbo.
Okay, thank you, Danny. Any questions, comments on this? Okay, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Next up, BIA FY 2026 Budget Modification. Hey, I'm sorry, Jeff, you got to turn your microphone on.
Press the button, Philip.
There you go, perfect.
Sorry about that. Jeff Holt, Self-Governance Specialist, and I'm here to ask to move some funding from our fund balance in the amount of $200,000 to cover the costs of a consulting firm to get our buildings into a 105L program, which is a reimbursement from the BIA.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments on this? Okay, thank you, Jeff, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, NRD application to apply for 2026 USFWS TWG.
Didn't realize it was so quick, back to back. Apologies. We are seeking approval from the board to apply to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services Tribal Wildlife Grant. The Natural Resources Division is currently in the process of developing a co-stewardship agreement with the Sault National Wildlife Refuge, including Whitefish Point, Harbor Island, and the Kirtland Warbler Management Area. With this funding, we would be looking to build in capacity to do on-the-ground ecological stewardship work there, including planning around fire. And a lot of this funding would likely go towards staff time to do pre- and post-fire monitoring on the refuge. This is happening concurrently at a time where the refuge is simultaneously changing their hunting regulations to allow more treaty rights exercised by the tribes. So the timing is really good, especially given that CNE lacks biological capacity, and that's what we're good at.
Very nice, very exciting. Any questions, comments from the board? So are we going to be participating in controlled burns in the Sault Ste. Wildlife Refuge? Am I hearing that correctly?
That is the hope, right? So
Very
right
cool.
now we're getting a handful of staff. We're working on getting them red card certified, so getting them certified as type 2 firefighters to do on-the-ground burning. We'll fall under the BIA's fire management organization, but when CNE is short-staffed on resources, they can call up the local BIA office and request resources, and we would be available to do that work.
Yep, and this wouldn't be the only time that we've done that. So the Natural Resource Division of the tribe has an MOU with the Hiawatha National Forest, and they engaged in what they refer to as their Ashkode project, I believe, last year to do a controlled burn in the Betchler Swamp area, right?
Yeah. That's a good point, Chairman. That's because what we're looking to do here is maybe not exactly the same as our MOU with the National Forest, like the U.S. Forest Service, but developing a similar agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, so under the DOI.
Okay, Aaron?
So I remember growing up learning about burn and fallow, and that was the traditional practice.
Yeah.
And but Western science totally rejects it, and only now are we making headway. So my question is, how are we gaining traditional knowledge? Who are we reaching out to? Anybody to find out that information?
Yeah.
There are several tribes in the Northwest that follow this. Buster Atterbury for the Kurok tribe. They do this, and they have large lands, forest lands. But regionally, like, are we
Like, what are we
researching?
doing? Yeah, that's a good question, right? And I think
His
we've
position,
acknowledged
right?
that. Like, I did not, like, I didn't grow up with folks burning around me. I mean, aside from farmers and their fields and ditches, right? But we have worked at, or we've reached a point with Intertribal Council of Michigan where we've interviewed a number of elders within the Sioux Tribe community. Parallel to that, we last year joined the Indigenous Peoples Burning Network, and I actually spent some time out on the Smith River in Northern California with the Karuk, Yurok, and Hoopa folks. Yeah, because they really are California in terms of policy advancement on like actually getting money from the state of California for their Indigenous practitioners to be on the ground doing ecological stewardship. Like, that is the model that I would like to see the tribes in Michigan head toward, as well as working with others in the region. So acknowledging that there's a lot to bring back to our community, trying to take a multi-pronged approach to relearning and getting familiar again.
I knew you were the right person for the job.
Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thanks, Danny.
Yep.
All right, yeah, we got you for a handful more, it looks like. So
Maybe
next
two?
up, NRD application to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, Aquatic Invasive Species Grant.
Yep. Thank you. So this one, we were applying for a grant. We currently have a staff member biologist that is paid from this funding opportunity. This grant would be housed in our fisheries program. And again, I'm filling in for Jack today as he's out of town. But we would be submitting a proposal to apply for funding to continue supporting a biologist to focus on early detection, control, and habitat restoration work in the St. Mary's River, in addition to outreach. And I've got to give it to our fisheries program. Like, they're on the ball with outreach lately. They've been at the powwow at Engineers Day, and they're continuing to show up at like some of the national walleye tournaments and stuff. And so that person would be there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on this? Hearing none, we'll move on to your next resolution for this evening, which is NRD application to Robert Wood Johnson Foundation funding opportunity.
I believe this is my last one on the agenda today, but we are looking for approval to co-submit an application to this foundation funding. So this funding is actually more focused on health, and the actual the proposed title of this research project is Healing Land, Healing People, Ecological Restoration, and Food Sovereignty as Facilitators of Tribal Health Equity. So we have an MOU with the University of Michigan, and with this project, we'd be working with Doctors Tara Maudry as well as Kyle White on a community-based participatory research project to better understand how our on-the-ground ecological restoration work directly impacts the health of our own community members. This could be up to a 3-year project. The amount I've included in the resolution is the max, and I don't anticipate that all of that funding would go to Sioux Tribe.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? Okay, thanks, Danny, appreciate it. Okay, next up, amending resolution 2007-96, establishing educational assistance scholarship for tribal members with special educational needs.
Hello, presenting on behalf of Stephanie Sprecher. This resolution is asking the board to reestablish the 4 special needs scholarships that were previously established with resolution 2007-96. Last year, Steph came before the board and we standardized our qualifications and I guess the information that was needed in order for students to apply for the standard scholarships, and these ones were moved out. So what we wanted to do is reestablish these. 2 would be under YEA, those that were under 18, and then 2 would be administered by higher education.
Okay,
And the funding sources were previously established.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board on this? Thank you, Jess. Yep. We'll move on to awarding RFP number 26-022 to Great Lakes Roofing.
Hello, Andrew Lane, Director of Facilities and Construction. This is to award the roofing replacement for the JKL Middle School, and I believe another portion of the school, correct? Yeah. And it did follow the tribe's RFP process, and there were 2 companies that provided the bids, and the lowest bid was Great Lakes Roofing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments on this? Cole?
Have we used this company in the past, this Great Lakes Roofing? Are they a company that we've...
Yes, we use them quite often.
Okay, do they do good work?
Yes.
Okay, and we're only, I mean, I'll get acclimated to it, but when we send out an RFP, is it just 2 companies we get bids from?
No, they're posted to the public, so anyone that is interested can bid on the jobs.
So if one person bids and that's it, or do we have to at least get 3
No.
bids, or?
What? Oh, yeah, I guess it does determine the material with the type of vendors that we potentially get. We went with a Duralast roof, so there's only a couple of vendors in the UP that are able to install that type of roofing.
What's the warranty on that roof?
30 years, I believe.
Nice. Is that on material or labor or both?
Material.
Okay. I don't have anything right now.
Okay, Lana, Kim Gravel, and Ashley.
Well, I'm really glad that Cole asked those questions because, yeah, I'm glad to hear that. So I know that we've done work with, in the past, not only this company, a lot of other companies. And we've talked in the past about collecting data on the amount of change orders companies get. And I don't know, I'm not talking about this one in particular, and any quality of work that they have done in the past. Are you guys now collecting that data since you've been there, Andrew? Because we've asked for that in the past. I don't think we've had the discussion since you've been here, but the quality of work and the guarantee on work, because that's loose. It's always been loose. I seen a picture this morning on some construction that was done lately, and it's not, I do want Cole to hear this, Aaron, if you want to give him 1 second. That's not up to snuff. You know, it's not, you know, just because it's a tribe, it's half done. So I hope, you don't even need a comment, but I'm going to say it again, as I said it many, many times in the past, we need to keep a running total on if we have discrepancies from them, or whatever that word is, when it's not good quality work and we have problems with it and they don't make good on that, and I know that's happened in the past. And the amount of change orders, when they get the bid and it's lowballed, and then there's millions,
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of dollars in change orders that this tribe has had to endure. That's important for you to know. That's important for the new board members to know, that those things happen, and that's not on your watch. So just saying that, that's something that we have to keep track of. And sometimes when I hear contractors' names and I know what is, that we're giving it, I'm hoping that our contracts are a little tighter now, and I think they are, because legal knows, and legal has been putting, certain stuff in there. So that's very important, because I know some of the roofing jobs we've had to do them 3 and 4 times because they weren't done right. And we keep paying, and we keep paying, and we keep paying.
So I sign change orders, and we do keep track of those.
So that is something that the board should see, the change orders, especially when we have to vote on them, when they come forward to us. So I'd like to see the amount of change orders for these companies.
Which companies?
Do
All of them.
you want me to?
Every company?
All the ones that turn in, all the construction companies, yeah. Not the bids, the change order amount. We have that, yeah, we've had that information before.
Far back?
I don't know.
This is information he's gonna need if he's gonna pull all that for you guys, though. He's gonna need which companies,
Maybe,
the
how about
timeframe,
this?
which projects.
How about this? How about we should have an in-depth workshop on it, because it's been a problem in the past. It's been a problem in the past, and I mean, the last change order amounts I seen, I wasn't extending that out to be, we've had bad ones. So maybe a workshop, and then we can talk about as a board what we want to see. Because I'm not going to sit here and dictate 5 years or 10 years. I don't want you going through all that. But it's worth a discussion to have, especially when we get them in front of us, and then we have to, on certain.
But what I'm getting at is if we're gonna have that workshop, he needs to come prepared. So what do you want him to come prepared with?
2 years.
Okay. There won't be any big ones, so I've been chairman 2 years, I haven't signed any major ones, so you guys should feel good about that. So Kim, Ashley, Aaron.
Well then, okay, we've had a problem in the past, so don't disregard that. We've had a problem in the past. If there's no problem now, and there hasn't been for 2 years, that's really super good. That's really super good.
Well,
But go ahead.
I would like to add that the 2 major projects that I've been working on the last 2 years, the Natural Resource Building and the Hessel Community Center, we had a very strict, tight budget with the resolution, and I was able to stay within $60,000 of that. In some of those issues were unforeseen things that we ran into that we had to fix, that you can't not fix.
Yeah.
So
I mean, like, change orders are complicated because a lot of times we don't adequately maintain our properties. So like, there are some change orders with the Kuwaitan Casino because when they started gutting the hotel rooms, they noticed that a lot of what we had in terms of plumbing and electrical was no longer code. And had they not pulled off the drywall, they wouldn't know that. So sometimes change orders take place not because contractors are being greedy, but because there's certain circumstances that just take place. But bring all the change orders from the last 2 years and we'll review them. And sometimes we just change the way that we want the buildings to be, and then the contractors are gonna have to make changes to how they build them, and then they charge us more because it costs more money. Historically, we have had issues, but I have no issue going through that.
Okay, so, well, good, I'm glad to hear that. So let me just say this. If there's a problem, like when Cole asked the question, what's the guarantee on that 30 years? And he asked if it was labor or material. So if that roof starts leaking within that 30 years, they're gonna fix it? Is that now in our contracts? Because I'm not making this up. And I'm hoping, and members are out there nodding their heads, because we've had a problem. And if we don't now, and you're tightening that up, that's good for us to know, and I'm glad that you said that. You were still talking, but I'm glad that you said that you've had a strict thing, because I know Hessel only had a little tiny bit, or I probably would have read about it. But, so I'm glad to hear that. But I do think it's worth a workshop, especially when we vote on it. If there's red flags for a construction company, that's just, there's a lot of change orders because of a low bid, I think it's worth us knowing that. That's all.
Ashley, Aaron, Tyler.
Kim first.
I'm sorry, you go first, Kim.
I think I asked this a couple weeks ago, might have been you, Bill. I thought there was a warranty on the roof at the school from when it was
No.
put in place.
No, not this section.
Not any, there's two sections and neither one are warranty?
No.
All right, that was my question.
Okay, Ashley?
Yes.
Okay, so our bid process is established by the Board of Directors. It's policy by the Board of Directors. And we post out and we invite, it's under our current procurement policy, and we invite through the building and trades. So recently I got a complaint that somebody's getting overlooked for bids, and then I asked if they were on the bid, if they got the bid invite, and it turns out they did. And so when I confronted that person, oh yeah, I guess I forgot I bid. And so I don't think it's necessary for us to get a whole list of the change orders that are within the full scope of the total, because I think that's just micromanagement. If it impacts the total amount, I think that is important, because then we have to vote on the change order. So change orders, if you're asking for all change orders that happen within the budget, I don't think that's our domain, because it's within the budget. But if it changes the budget, I do think that's germane to what we need to know. Also, for the new board members, we have what I call the Denny rule, and that's Denny used to force himself into the bid process, and then we changed it so that board members are invited. So each one of you that are now on the board, you will get an invite, and you get it regularly. And you know what? For all of that, nobody goes to them. Denny did consistently. But you are welcome to Zoom in or attend those. That way you can see the whole process as it shakes out. You can see as the people bid. You can see the process, how people get to compete for it. If it's a very complicated one, then they do a walkthrough and they do it together so that all the contractors have an equal opportunity to bid. So all of that is in place, the integrity of that process. We've worked on that over the years. The biggest violator of our procurement process has been the JKL fiduciary, who always claimed that everything was an emergency. And I will tell you, 9 out of 10 times, those went over, because the scope kept changing, and individual people were redirecting contractors to change bid projects, and then they'd have to come back for change orders, and the fiduciary rubber stamped them all. But I think we do need to tighten up what's considered an emergency bid, because not everything can be an emergency bid. And you get into problems when everything's an emergency bid and we don't use the process that we normally follow. But I encourage the new board members to attend those sessions so you can see how it works. You don't have to attend them all forever, because once you see that it works and it works well, then you probably will have comfort knowing that we do have a good process. But if you're remembering the bids that go over that needs change orders, they're usually the JKL fiduciary, and it's usually because they did emergency bids, which circumvents the procurement process entirely.
Yeah, so before we go on any further, we have a lot of board members from out of town. So Great Lakes Roofing Company is one of the most reputable roofing companies in the community. They do commercial projects. They don't do anything residential. They were actually awarded the contract to do the roof at Sioux Area Middle School. So, I mean, it's not out of the question for them to be awarded jobs like this. Tyler, Rob, then Cole.
I think most of what I was going to say has been said. Just noting for the new board members, we do have a native preference policy with contractors too that gives them a certain percentage leeway. Normally, they're supposed to go with the lowest bidder, which I don't necessarily agree with. I don't think the lowest bidder is always in the best interest of the tribe, and I'd like to get away from that. So I think now would be a good time to bring our purchasing policy up to workshop, to the board, to the new board, to everybody, to see what works, doesn't work. But for this one, I have no issue. I just wanted to throw out that there is a native preference on the bidding process as well.
Okay, Rob, then Cole.
Well, I'm just going to call it like I see it. And we had former leaders that would like to juice up contractors, and it's kind of peculiar that the amount of change orders have gone drastically down in the last 4 years. So there's that. I'm not interested in reviewing 2 years' worth of change orders. I think it's important that the board knows when there's a drastic amount of them, but I mean, we have to keep up on state and federal legislation. We have an amendment to the Constitution that we're working on. We got a lot of important things to do, and I don't think that that level of micromanagement by the board is necessary. What I will support, though, is having a workshop to review policy and to determine a policy that would trigger a report to the board if change orders rise above a certain percentage. So that way, if there's anything flagrant, then it does come to the board. But I'm really not interested in going through, years worth of change orders. I just think that we can address it through policy and procedure, and not by reviewing something like that at the board level. I'm definitely in favor of drafting a policy or procedure that, like I said, if something rises to the level that we need to know about it, then it comes here.
Cool.
Yeah, maybe I could just give you a shout later, Andrew, and just go over some of this, just to understand it. Like, there's a lot of things, the low bidders, high bidders, whether they carry more insurance, right? Or I don't know what our retention plans are for pulling back retention, 10% to 50%, or how that looks. There's a lot of things that you can negotiate with these contractors when they come in if they're high. Again, they might be carrying more insurance than what our insurance requires, whether it's $1 million or I don't know what it is, or you can negotiate warranties with them too as well. You know what I mean? To throw that in their contract and things that we can look at. So I don't want to keep carrying on here. It's something I could reach out to you later and help you out with, or bounce some ideas off you.
Why don't you reach out to Andrew, learn more about the policy. When we eventually discuss this, recommend some changes if you see any,
Yeah.
glaring missteps of how we do business.
And any way I could support you guys and help out.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, anyone else? Lana?
Actually, that's a good compromise, Rob, and I'll completely agree with you. I don't need to have 2 years. I think I was kind of pushed and given an amount because I was interrupted, but in a time period. But that is a good compromise. And my whole point being, and I'm glad you caught it, my whole point being, we've had problems in the past. We absolutely have. So if we have an alert system where we can say, Joe Schmo's contractor, we had to redo the roofs twice and we had to pay for it, but we want to give them a bid again, then it's a no. Those are things that we need to be alerted to, so if we have to change a policy, that's fine, that's a good compromise. Or if there's a change order that's going on, because once we approve that resolution to give them that, then somebody else has the authority to work on change orders. That never gets back to us. Maybe that's why we had the problems in the past. Some of them got to us, some of them didn't. So I'll be the first one to say that. That's why I brought it up. So maybe a percentage. If they underbid by so much and we've given them an extra 30% of their bid, then we need to know that, because then the next time we're asked to approve those bids, that's the data I'm looking for. That's the data I want in place so that we know what is going on. So I appreciate that, Rob.
Okay.
Well, I do just want to add that based on the department, how they handle issues, but I know that with my department and any project that I have, if contractors fail to meet the expectation, I have submitted complaints through the proper channels through purchasing, so that these contractors can get notified via purchasing if things aren't being done to the scope, or if their follow-up is failing to meet my expectations. I know some of the existing board members know this, but some of the new ones, I've gone rounds with our contractors at times over things that I believe they were underperforming with. I've made contractors eat change orders that I believe were on them. I'm a firm believer in being fair. If the tribe misdirects a contractor, or if we substantially change the scope, which has happened, then we as a tribe do have to fully understand that there will be change orders when it comes to that type of thing. Over the last few years, we haven't really had that, because I encourage internal departments to have discussions amongst themselves to kind of identify their wants and needs versus just letting them have free range of whatever they're doing. To have more of a pinpoint direction so that when we do have scopes of work created, we try to eliminate any of the unknown or unforeseen as much as possible. But like Austin said, there are times where with our older buildings, when you start tearing into them, you do go, that's an issue that we didn't expect to see. So that's kind of where that is.
Which is why some of them cost so much to renovate when we eventually finally do so. So, are we ready to move on from this, you guys? Go ahead, Rob.
So I hear what you're saying, Andrew. I also agree with Lana because there was issues in the past, and it's this board's duty to create policy and procedure that protects against that. And I don't see anyone sitting on the board right now that would do something like that to influence contractors, but we're not always going to be the board. So I think that we need some kind of a procedure, and I'm okay with it being fair. And if there's real explanations for when it happens, so let's say it triggers our mechanism to inform the board, and you come with an explanation of why it happened, I think that we'll be understanding about that. But we still need to know. And I think a fair compromise there for me, and obviously I think it would take a workshop and of the board to agree with the majority, but for me is just if we have an average number, average percentage of change orders, and some go over that, then I think that's when it needs to be reported, when it's above average, and maybe even multiple times. So like if someone goes above average and you find it to be acceptable or reasonable, then you just report it to us and say, hey, this is what happened, this is why the change order. Now that same company, if it happens 3 times, I think we're going to have an issue with it. So I think that we need to definitely be aware of when it happens, but it's not something I want to hover over and micromanage. I think that if we create a policy and procedure to address it, then that's well within your means to do so.
Okay, Aaron, then I ask that we move on. This resolution is applicable to fixing the JKO roof with Great Lakes Roofing. If we want to have a bigger conversation about this, we can, but not at this time. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, so again, there's a distinction between change orders that require a board vote and change orders that happen routinely on projects. I think it is micromanagement for anybody at this board table to want to have all that detail of every little change order. Those happen all the time. And what's happening is, it sounds like it might be something nefarious or bad, but it's not. What they're doing is they're managing the project within the budget appropriation and parameters. And unless it requires a board vote, which means a new appropriations, nothing nefarious is happening. So, so I hope that we're not asking for is every little nitpicking detail that changes up, because I know when I was chairperson, I saw all of those, and those happened almost several times a week. You're signing off on change orders, but as long as they don't affect the overall budget for that project, it's not a board attention issue. If it does lead to that, or could lead to that, that is something that we need to know about. Okay, so let's make that part very clear. But also, what I wanted to say is I support what Rob's asking, because we should have a requirement. We can't impose, we don't have an ethics code. I proposed one 12 years ago. We don't have one. That would require disclosure if any one of us steps across and over a line and starts influencing contractors. There was an issue, and I'll be careful how I say it, there was an issue with a change order that came back to the fiduciary, and the contractor was blamed. I reached out to the contractor and said, why the heck did you do this? And the contractor said, I was told to do it. And I said, by who? And they told me who it was. And that should never have happened. But we had to do a change order because a board member told the contractor to change something up in the scope of the project that didn't have the authority of the tribe, didn't have the authority of the board. So I, along with what Rob's asking, we do need some kind of a tickler system so that contractors they're required to disclose if a board member or a staff member unduly influences them to add something to a project that's not part of the original scope. Because I will tell you that happened all the time. I don't know if it's happening now, but it happened all the time. But like Rob said, we're not always going to be the board, so we should have a requirement that contractors are required to tell us if a board member's adding scope to the work that can change the total or any contact at all. We should know about it, because that's not the role of the board.
Okay, so let's move on to authorized family violence prevention and services application. Bill, go ahead, Bill.
Just a quick announcement, so to speak. Andrew has a commitment tonight, so I will be presenting this board
Yeah,
resolution.
that's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
All right, enjoy your evening, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Wonderful, thank you. Jamie Moran, Anishinaabe Community and Family Services Director. I will be covering for our Advocacy Resource Center Director, Jessica McCurchie, who's out on travel this week.
And congratulations to her too. I saw the announcement, right?
Jessica McCurchie?
Is that who I'm
Oh,
thinking of?
they finally did the announcement
Yeah,
publicly that she replaced me there.
Yeah,
So yes.
Yeah, it was probably
Yes.
a while ago,
I'm
but
like, what announcement?
publicly, yeah, she's going to be running the DV shelter. So
Yes.
Yep, they're in good hands.
Yes, absolutely. And we're here tonight. The Advocacy Resource Center is under the Division of Anishinaabe Community and Family Services, and it provides victim services to all crime victims. We do shelter, advocacy, community education. We have another building that does sexual violence prevention services specifically. So part of that, being 100% grant funded, is continually writing grant applications. So you will see our faces here annually, seeking your support and authorization to submit said grant applications, one of which is the Family Violence and Prevention and Services Act, which goes to support our intimate partner violence shelter operations and employee wages and fringe.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Any questions or comments from the board? Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. I have one more. This one is requesting authorization to apply for a grant from the Department of Justice, Office on Violence Against Women, Tribal Governments Grant Program. We've been receiving this grant since its inception, I believe back in 2007. It partially supports the program director, one full-time victim advocate, and one full-time community educator.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Any questions or comments on this one? Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Miigwech.
Next one will be Michigan Indian Elders Association Tribal Elders Appointment with Katie Peabody.
Good afternoon, Katie Peabody, Elder Services Division Director, and I have Tanya Robbins, our registered nurse, with me as well. So the Michigan Indian Elders Association has 3 elders that represent Sioux Tribe. One of them resigned. He moved out of the area, and so he was a delegate. So we need to move the alternate, Diane Campo, to the delegate position, and then Luann Bush submitted her letters of intent to become the alternate.
Okay, perfect. Any questions or comments? Aaron?
Ratified by the committee too, right? The Unit 1 Elder Committee voted on that.
It's separate, I believe.
I think, well, I was there, so I remember it, but maybe they didn't vote on it, but they concurred, so something.
She had the letters of support required.
Yeah. Yeah, it did come to them. You were somewhere else last month.
Okay.
Yeah, it did. Anyway, so, but just to say that the Unit 1 elder supported. what you're
Absolutely. She had
requesting.
support from them.
All right, and then you have the next resolution as well, and that's titled Elder Ramp Program Policy Update.
Correct. So the Elder Ramp Program has been in place since 2015. Over time, it has evolved. Initially, it was meant for ramps to be temporary. Some elders need it more long-term, especially if it allows for them to stay within their homes. So this policy is just reflecting those updates to change the language from temporary to long-term for the ramps.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments there? All right, thanks, Katie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next up, acceptance of the 2025 Housing Authority audit.
Hi, I'm Maria Mangina. I'm the Housing Director. This resolution would accept our clean and beautiful audit for 2025.
Appreciate it. Any questions or comments? No major negative findings or anything?
No.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And it looks like you're going to be covering the next 3 as well, so might as well get comfortable, right?
Yep.
All right, next up, authorization to apply HUD Continuum of Care Builds, COC Builds Grant.
So this is a grant that we'd like to apply for. The Housing Commission approved it at the last meeting. So they're looking for your concurrence today. It's $11 million towards our supportive housing units project up at Odinung. We just found out we received tax credits for that project, so this will go towards the gap funding, and we probably need about 10 million. So we're out searching for more funding.
Got you 1.5.
Yes.
So we
That
kind of
was
talked about this last time we were together, but one of the things that we do, Tyler and I, when we go to Lansing, we DC, we build relationships with elected leaders. That way they can help us meet our needs in their budget process. So a few years ago, we received a budget appropriation from the state of Michigan for, I believe, like $1.25 million. And we used those funds to fund the Lodge of Hope's operation for a fiscal year. And we recently received a $1.5 million appropriation to go towards this apartment complex that you're describing. I'm not aware of any other tribes that got anything similar, and I really wish I could clone John DeMoose because he's been such an advocate for our tribe, sincerely. So.
Definitely. I sent him an email from our Housing Authority team this morning, thanking him and
Very good.
expressing our gratitude for that,
Yeah.
his support.
Yeah, while I've been chairman or while I've been on the board since 2020, there's only been one elected official that's spearheaded initiatives like that, and it's been John. So when you combine the two, they're about $3 million, which has gone to help our tribal members who are homeless. So hats off to them. Yep. All right. Any questions, comments here? Okay, so let's move on to adopting amended tribal code, chapter 90, Housing Authority Ordinance.
So I worked with legal on this, and this essentially moves the utility authority under the housing authority management. So we wouldn't have to have a separate utility authority meeting at our monthly housing commission meeting. And then we would manage the budgets internally. We also subsidize the utility authority because we don't make profit and we actually take a loss every year. So I wrote that into the Indian Housing Plan, and the housing authority subsidizes the utility authority now. So it just makes sense to just move it completely under the housing authority, and we'll manage it like we always have, just under the housing authority.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments there? Aaron?
I was a housing commissioner before, and we created the utility authority separately because we thought that we would be able to, it would be self-sufficient, right? And obviously that's never happened. And over the years, the board, some board members have wanted to kind of infiltrate, kind of reach over, but they didn't want to budget it. So I think we did get a big chunk that came from ARPA, so that helped out a lot.
Yes.
But I do think it fits squarely under the Housing Authority and the Housing Commission. So I think that's the right thing for us to do. So finally, we're here.
Yes.
Anyone
So-
else?
Just for a little history, we had St. Ignace on there and the St. Ignace Casino. And then we had Sault Ste. Marie Odinung, so it actually made, and it sustained itself. But once we lost those bigger housing sites and casinos, we started working in the red from there on. So we had to find out ways to sustain it. And so we've had to raise rates a little bit, and we probably will again at some point. But, we try to keep it affordable.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, and then lastly, we have rescinding tribal code, chapter 92, utility authority ordinance.
Yes, so this is the utility authority code, and we're asking that it be rescinded because it's not needed as it would be under the housing authority if approved.
Okay, any questions, comments here? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so that concludes all the resolutions that we'll be voting on this evening. So let's move on to new business. The first item under new business is committee appointments / resignations, Unit 1 Elder Committee, Unit 4 Manistique Elder. So Diane Campo is seeking to be reappointed to the Unit 1 Elder Committee, as is Luann Bush. Shirley Van Alstyne is resigning. In Unit 4, Tom Tufnell is seeking reappointment. Luann Bush is seeking reappointment into the Elder Advisory Committee. Tom Tufnell is seeking reappointment on the Health Committee. And then Dave Frazier is seeking reappointment on the Conservation Committee. Any questions, comments on any of those? Okay, so we'll move on from there. And then Secretarial Election Board, we covered that. We have to vote to affirm the individuals that were randomly selected. Board concerns, does anyone want to talk about them now? Tyler?
After this, I'd like to go into close for a legal update based on some emails we got from Ryan.
Okay. Kim? Okay, so we'll cover both of them in closed. Does
I
anyone
have-
have anything in open they'd like to talk about?
I got 4.
Oh, do you have some in open?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to cover the open ones right now, Kim, we can do that, and then we can
Okay.
move on and cover everything open that we can, and then we'll figure out the JKL fiduciary chair, and then we'll recess to the closed session, board concerns, and we'll be in recess until the meeting starts at 5.
Okay, 2 are regarding the powwow, nothing major, but some of the elders were asking why there wasn't a designated seating area at the powwow so they could get out of the sun, rain if it would have been raining. Usually they have their own area with a gazebo thing. And then, there was a resolution passed, and I looked it up, I knew there was something, and it was 2012, a temporary moratorium on tattooing, body piercing, and other similar body modification services on tribal trust land.
I was wondering about that, someone was doing stick and poke tattoos as a vendor.
Yeah, so that's there, so I don't know if we're okay with that. If not, then I think we can't allow it at the next one.
Mhm.
So we'll
I-
have to let Cody know.
Yeah, I had a couple people reach out to me regarding lifting that, to maybe have like a tattoo convention. But I mean, I don't think that like the powwow is as big of a deal. I think maybe it's like a public health concern if you have it in the casino, you know, where you also have restaurants and things like that. But for what it's worth, that vendor's pretty well known. There's some people at Tara's booth that had been tattooed from her like years ago. I don't know where on the powwow trail. I'm not sure if it was our property, but I did notice that too. I wasn't sure if it just isolated it to buildings or property, but it was something that I noticed.
It's Reso 212-245, 2012-245.
Okay.
So maybe have Cody look at that too. And then, I don't know how many times I'm standing out back here and motel guests pull up. How do you get to the motel? And we're like, well, there's a sign, and they said it's too small. So that's something for Alan and Dana maybe they can look at.
Yeah.
And I drove by, I noticed it, but I was looking for it.
Yeah.
You know, so they're saying the motel sign is too small. It might be part of the renovations, I don't know. And, because I know Lana's been out there with me several times. We're telling people where to go. No pun intended. And then I had members ask, and they're trying to access the May meetings, and one of them isn't available on our site. And they didn't give me the date, and I know we had a meeting May 7th or May 21st, so if someone could check to see why that's not on the site. Didn't say. So.
We'll have
maybe-
some from the team follow up
I'll
on
let
it.
you know who it is, and you can reach out.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other one's closed.
Okay. Does anyone have any open ones? Anyone else?
Holly wanted to see about potentially adding the bank resolutions to tonight's agenda. There are 8 total, but they could all be done as one, like
Yeah.
we've done before.
Why don't you come on up, Holly, and explain it to everyone, and we'll see if anyone objects. I'll poll the board, see if anyone does, but obviously I'd have to poll them to see if we have enough support to waive the rules this evening.
Okay. And I apologize for putting it on today. However, it is authorizing to change signature authorities at the bank level. And what that will do is update all of our banking and investments to include the newly elected board who were also appointed to positions. So for example, what that will do is it will just update the signatures on our bank and investment accounts. It'll change from Director McKechnie to Director McCurchie. It'll change Director Hampton to Director Gravel, and it'll reinstate Tyler as the vice chair. And so we were waiting until last night to get these on, obviously.
So that would be to add the new officers, essentially.
It would be, yes, and everything else would stay consistent. There are no other changes.
Okay. Does anyone object waiving the rules and adding them tonight's meeting? Okay, so at this time, no one objects, but I'll try again during the meeting. You have the resolution?
Yes.
Okay. During the break, if you guys could pass it out so we have them available.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
Thank you.
Okay. Lana, did I hear you say you had something you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just, I wrote it out. Since I know we're gonna talk about the JKL chair next, so I know that there is gonna be changes and we have new elected officials on here. if we can get an updated list, maybe from the legislative office or Jess, on all the delegates on the state and national level from the board. I hear you once in a while say I'm this, or Tyler say that he represents, that are on the committee. I know that Mike and, well, Rob's still on the child welfare, and I think Mike is too. An updated list for us all to know, so when we have specific concerns, we can talk to that individual board member about it. And internal committees, because I know there's a couple that have to change. I don't know if it's just going to change when the treasurer change or the secretary, but that would be something that I think would be imperative that the board members have, and I'd like to know too as well on the national committees or delegations.
Aaron?
To that, I don't know if you were on the board then, but I brought to the board at one time a request for board members to serve on committees. We had an unequal balance of workload. Some do that kind of stuff, some don't do any of that at all. And so tonight I am going to have a more elaborate issue that I'm going to bring up, but I do think we should consider each board member having to have 2 or 3 appointments across committees. Some board members are already doing it, but other board members kind of get off skate-free. They don't have to do it. But we got new board members who I think are probably going to want to get involved. And so I think if each board member did 3 committees as ex officio. The other thing is I don't think they should get on there and then kind of control the committee. They should be supportive, help them with their information, and be a conduit back to our board. So I think if everybody got on at least 3 committees. And then the other thing is that there's a lot of work to go around at the national level. And some people have stepped up and some people have never stepped up.
The issue is, Aaron, the way that they select this, you know that. So the country is divided up into regions. Our region is Bemidji. So if you have a simple council member apply, if a vice chair, vice president, whatever that tribe gives that title, or if a chair gets picked, they automatically get it due to rankings. So it's not a system of, okay, well, a random board member can apply, because if there's any chair, it could be the worst chair in Indian country, they're getting it.
Yeah, I know. So that's the consultation protocol, and the process for appointment is chair, vice chair, and then council.
And then it doesn't matter if you're an officer under that. It's just
Correct.
council members.
Correct. However, we get notices all the time from the legislative office, and nobody bites all the time. So there's lots and lots of tribal advisors across the nation that are seeking at-large people, and we could all at least do at least one. I mean, I'm doing HRSA right now.
No, because if a chair or vice chair applies, simple council
No, I
members are
know.
going to get
What I'm
outvoted.
saying- What I'm saying is 9 out of 10 that we get from the legislative office, nobody submits at all. Not the chair, nobody. So I do think it should be, in our tribe, I do think the chair should, have first dibs on whatever they are. I talked last night how we didn't do it that way and we didn't get a seat on that agency. But, and it should be coordinated to the chair's office, and when we change the Constitution, all of that will come under the chair. But I think look, I started out by saying, there's lots of work to go around, and there's a lot of vacancies on seats across the nation, and we get those notices now, but we don't get any bites. So there's such a diversity of expertise that's needed that a lot of us have on this board, that if everybody stepped up, you would get 1 or 2 national advisories that you can serve on, and that would be part of our role and duty. So, like I said, there's lots of work to go around, so.
Okay. Anyone else? Did I miss anybody?
I was just gonna-
Go ahead, Tyler. Yep.
No, just for the record, so like internally here, I serve on JKL and Tax and Audit Commission, Tax and Audit Commission. Locally, I serve on UPHS Marquette's Board of Trustees for the hospital system. Within the state, I serve on MDHHS, Michigan Medicaid Advisory Commission, and then nationally, I serve on HHS STAC, NIH TAC, and I was just submitted for an appointment to CDC TAC as well. Not CMS. Do they have an opening? Let me check.
Okay. Does anyone have any other board concerns they want to talk about in open? All right, JKL.
Yes.
All right, JKL. So Isaac was the previous JKL fiduciary chair. He's no longer in office, so we have to select someone new. So who would the board like to nominate? Okay, so we have Mike. Okay, Aaron?
Well, I'm incredibly well qualified, but I know the chances are like a turd in a punch bowl or snowball's chance in hell. But I do have a doctorate degree in education. I helped write our original application. I served on our fiduciary most of the time. I was the president of our school board. But I know how things go. I know I don't stand a chance. But I think the chairperson of the tribe should be. So I would, tonight, I'd like to nominate our chairperson of the tribe.
Anybody else? Okay, Bridget.
I also would support Mike.
All right, so let's have a board discussion. Put your hand up if you want to talk, and then we'll have a roll call. We'll figure out how we're going to vote on these.
Are we gonna put it on the agenda for tonight? It's not on the agenda?
We would have to waive the rules, so I can speak right now about myself. So I don't believe I've missed a single JKL meeting in the amount of years that I've been here. I know that a lot of people, they don't attend them, and sometimes they attend them just to vote no on a project, but that hasn't been me. I have a wonderful relationship with the school. There isn't a single person at that school who would ever accuse me of harassment or intimidation or anything, and that's not the first time that that's happened. So I mean, I would enjoy the opportunity. I get along well with the administration. I also served on the JKL school board prior to getting elected to the Sioux Tribe board. I have a couple kids that attend that school, so I know the process. But yeah, if you guys want me to serve, I'd be happy to. And I'm committed to get us a high school. I'm not going to put up roadblocks. So if you guys want a high school, if you guys want a newly constructed one, which is the plan, like we always talk about, like it's going to be a one-room schoolhouse. It's going to be a one-room schoolhouse while we work with the BIE to figure out what size school they're going to pay for. That way we have the one-room schoolhouse so we can continue to offer those services for ninth graders so they won't miss out on it. If anyone has any questions about, the school, about anything, about what my goals would be happy to answer them. Okay, Aaron.
I don't have a question, and I'll try really to be careful on how I say this, but there was a period for the fiduciary where decisions were being made and funds were being spent, like all these emergency orders and circumventing the procurement process and change orders, and I think we need a clean break from that past. So I think you didn't serve on the fiduciary during those time periods. I quit serving on the fiduciary for that time period because I didn't want to mar my reputation with using federal contracts and making excuses for not doing procurement consistent with federal law. I'll stop there, but I think we need to make a clean break from that. And you don't represent that old time period when all that was happening because you weren't on the fiduciary then. So I think so I just think we need to make a clean break from those practices of the past. So.
Well, I will respond to that real quickly, and it should be the last thing I have to say. When I was elected in 2020, I was asked to go out to lunch with one of the engineers at EUP Engineering, along with a general contractor who was awarded one of the jobs. And they had a string of complaints how the tribe did business. And they informed me that, Cole, this would be applicable to something that you talked about earlier, that the contractors, when they deal with JKL, that they assign a tax just due to what a pain in the butt a certain board member was in that process. I won't mention it, but that was true, and it was one of the engineers at EUP Engineering that's now moved on to the LOX project and one of the general contractors that we deal with. So, I mean, it's not something that hasn't happened before. We have done investigations where we did determine that the board, not this board, but the JKL fiduciary board, misused the emergency measure within procurement to basically cherry pick who's being awarded jobs. That's verified. So that's all I'm going to say. Kim, then the other Kim. Yep.
Okay, I was on that fiduciary committee. You were on it, you were on it. You would jump off, you would get back on. You did it at least 3 or 4 times. And if you go back, no, you did not. And if you go back and look at the minutes, they were unanimous votes every time. And if no one believes me, they can pull up the minutes. I was on there, I remember, because I'd sit there and wait for someone else to make the motion just because I knew this is the kind of stuff that was going to be said. And if you were aware of that, Austin, that should have been brought to the attention of us.
I wasn't aware of it. It took that investigation that took place.
You met with UP Engineer and the other.
Oh, I did talk to people about it, absolutely.
Not me.
Yeah, there's a board member that talked to that board member and basically said that you need to talk to this contractor, you You need to repair the relationship, otherwise that contractor was gonna walk off on the job.
Completely new, never heard it. I made it to almost every one of those meetings too. I never missed one. Just like here, the only time I've ever missed a meeting here was usually a death or I was in the hospital with my husband.
Yeah. It happened though, Kim. There was that contractor and one other one.
Been brought to our attention.
It was brought to your attention.
No, it was not.
It was. I can bring it up right now. So one of the issues were that board member was going into the construction site and putting sticky notes on everything that wasn't being built to his satisfaction. I mean, that's an issue. That contractor was like, this stops right now or I'm done with the project. That was talked about.
Well, I believe that person was appointed there was a name for it at that time. The what?
The rep.
Liaison.
Construction rep, something.
Yep.
Anyways,
But there's a ton of abuse.
You can go, well, sounds like everybody was abusing their.
No, I was not
They're,
abusing that. So,
Well, I'm just saying, every one of those things that were brought to us were unanimous.
no, not everything was unanimous.
I looked back at them because I kept a lot of the old stuff
Nope.
and I looked back and.
Okay, Kim Lee, then Aaron?
So as we reference problems in the past, is this anybody that's been nominated today?
I'm sorry, I don't know your question.
I understand.
Well, you've said that wasn't you. Has that been
Oh,
a
you're talking
problem?
about who's doing that?
Right.
Oh.
No, I can make my own assumptions of that, but the people sitting at this table today that we are going to be voting on,
Mm-hmm.
has that been a problem in the past with either of them?
No. One of them would have been supportive of it probably, but not from my end. No.
Is Mike on? Okay, that's it.
Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, so, all right, so we heard two different things today. In one case, we're looking at it one way, now we're looking at it a different way. Earlier, you heard this big diatribe about wanting to know about change orders and how do change orders come about and the lack of good faith in contractors and the way that they do business. And now you're also hearing that potentially an agent of the tribe, somebody that we appointed to do it. And so earlier I was trying to be careful on how I was saying it, but I don't care at this point. The can lights in the gymnasium, which was like a $15,000 cost overrun, were not in the scope of work. And when the contractor put them in, which was Moore Trosper, then at the fiduciary level, when it was discussed, Moore Trosper was thrown under the bus. They were blamed for it by the rep that the board appointed. And so I was pissed off about that. So I reached out to Moore Trosper and I said, why the hell did you do that? And he said, Aaron, I was
Don't
told
mention
to
the
do it."
individual's name, otherwise we'll get a ton of objections.
All right, so the contractor and then the rep the contractor said, I was ordered to do it. He said, I knew it was not in the scope, I pushed back, but I was ordered to do it. So here's the thing, and Kim's right, the people we're looking at and considering for either appointment were not the people directly doing it, but they were on the fiduciary and know that it was happening and allowed it to happen. And one other thing is, if the record will show that I got off the fiduciary, the reason was because there was a lucrative contract for $80,000 a year to do the ISEP funding reports. The ISEP funding reports right now are being done by Carolyn MacArthur, and you know how much we pay her? Bill, is it like $10,000 or something? Not even that? But we were paying the contractor, a former board member, $10,000 a year. And when that came to the fiduciary, in protest, I voted against it and I resigned because that was just lining somebody's pockets. $80,000 to do clerical work, which Carolyn MacArthur is doing now for less than $10,000, that a former board member was getting $80,000 a year. And so the fiduciary rubber stamped it, they let it happen. That was not put through procurement. And so the process was circumvented. It was an emergency. Every year when the committee appointed that person to do the ISEP count, it was an emergency every year.
They didn't appoint an individual all the time. It was a contract without an end date. But Aaron, it's okay. If the board doesn't want to support me, it's totally fine. I will not be offended of it. It'll just mean that I can participate in the JKL Fiduciary Committee with a vote, rather than just break a tie and do more work. So it's absolutely fine either way. So, Rob.
So I'm not going to contemplate any of the stuff that was said because I think it's really irrelevant. There's only one position, and I wouldn't care if it was Austin, Bridget, Aaron, any of us sitting at this table. When the members vote who they want to be a chair, there's only one person that's received those votes, and that's our chairman. So whenever there's a committee or an appointment that happens within the tribe that entails a chairman, I think that we should honor the members' vote, and whoever is the current sitting chairman should assume that role.
And why was Isaac?
Because that's the way they voted. It's still a vote. I'm just saying my opinion. You could vote opposite. But my opinion is that members only select one chairman. The rest of us are unit directors. So I think that if there's a committee appointment that entails being a chairman, our members have only selected one chairman.
All right, guys, let's vote on this. And again, I won't be offended if you pick Mike. It'll just mean that I can participate and vote. So when, yeah, you know what I'm getting at. So when she calls your name, just say Austin or Mike. It's fine either way.
Ashley.
Mike.
Larry.
Austin.
Tyler.
Chairman Lowe's.
Kimberly Gravel. Lana.
Mike.
Bridget.
Mike.
Aaron.
Chairman Lowe's.
Cole. Sue.
Austin.
Rob.
The current sitting chairman.
Kimberly Lee.
Director McCurchy.
6 Austin, 5 Michael.
Okay, honor to serve, guys. So we'll just have to reaffirm it at the meeting tonight. So let's go into closed, and then we'll talk about the closed item things. But when we reconvene, we're just going to be on recess until the meeting at 5. So if you guys want to go for a drive, Janet, whatever you want to do, we'll be back on at 5. Okay?
Take some popcorn.
Yeah. All right. So at this time, we're going to have to clear the room and do closed. It is 5 o'clock sharp, so I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This meeting is pretty important because it's the first meeting for our newly seated board members. So we did this yesterday, but I'd like to formally welcome you all to your first meeting and also thank the outgoing board members for their service. So let's start with roll call, please.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Michael McCurchie. Larry Barbo.
Here.
Ashley Gravel.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Sue St. Ange.
Here.
Cole Goodrow.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Is there any objection to waiving Mike McCurchie's absence? He has a family medical emergency right now. Okay, so I don't see any objections, so that carries. So now we are on to agenda review. No, not agenda review. I'd like to entertain a motion to add the following items to the agenda. 8 of them are banking resolutions. They're titled Authorization to Change Signers with Central Savings Bank, with Flagstar Bank, with Huntington Bank, with Nicollet Bank, with People's State Bank, PNC Bank, Credit Union, the Suco Credit Union, and then Sovereign Bank. So the officers in the tribe have signature authority over our accounts. We had 2 officers that are no longer with the tribe, so we had to substitute them with the current officers of the tribe. So that is it. And then the last item that we're attempting to add is JKL fiduciary president or chair. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to waive the rules, and we need 9 votes to do so.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, support by Larry. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
My mic's not working. Larry.
Yes.
Mike, Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Sue. Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Ashley.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
And Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. That brings us to agenda approval. So on tonight's agenda, we have invocation with Gerard from Traditional Medicine. We have membership participation. We have minutes from 6/16 of 26. We have the 8 resolutions for the banking changes, and we'll handle those first without objection. And then we have the following resolutions. They're titled USDA FY26 Budget Modification, Big Bear Admin FY26 Budget Modification, Enrollment FY26 Budget Modification, National Telecom / Information Establish FY27 Budget, Health PRC FY26 Budget Modification, Human Resources FY26 Budget Modification, JKL Fiduciary FY26 Budget Modification, Adam Walsh Establish FY26 Budget, GLRI Wolf Management Establish FY27 Budget, Nuns Creek FY26 Budget Modification, BIA FY26 Budget Modification, Tribal Wildlife Grant TWG 2026 Application, Aquatic Invasive Species Grant Application, Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Application, Amend Resolution 2007-96/Special Needs Scholarship. We have award RFP 26-022 to Great Lakes Roofing. We have authorized family violence prevention application. We have OVW FY26 grants to Indian tribal governments. We have MIEA tribal elder appointments, elder ramp program policy update, accept 2025 housing authority audit, housing authorization to apply for COC grant, amending Chapter 90 Housing Authority, rescinding Chapter 92 Utility Authority, committee appointments / resignations, and that would also include JKL Fiduciary, Secretary Election Board, and then Board Concerns the last.
You
So
didn't add the 9 that we just added.
I did that
Oh, you
first.
did it.
Yep. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Lana, support by Larry. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to our first item, which is invocation with Gerard from Traditional Medicine. You want him seated, Gerard?
No. Your first meeting, sit down.
Na ha buju min wa ma beginning Chicago's ma begas Sagoski gizes. Ma begin ne wa beshashi ge we do don we gi ken mo go on and mem go yaik. Ma begin the bodge go yaik ma begin we out of bawaring. It's like the story of where we are. Firstly, tobacco ties to the cultural traditional department that put together a pretty good powwow on the weekend. Takes a lot of effort to coordinate such an event, and especially with all the core supply staff within the tribe, from the recreation to groundskeeping to the firekeepers and to the coordinators and to the volunteers. How I know this was a great event was my daughter and I waved at each other. She was coming north and I was going south. And she texted me Friday night and she said, "Dad, where are you?" And I said, "I'm down just outside of Toronto. Where are you?" And she said, "I'm at the Sioux Powwow." I said, "I wish I'd have known that Monday. I'd have stayed home." But those are the things about spirit appreciation. Quite often I reflect on, we miss a lot of special events in our families to help the people, support the people. And I want to applaud the circle about leadership, from the chair and the chairman to the past chairmen and the past chairs, is that we have a really beautiful, rich history. Every day when I work, I learn so much more about this community, about the richness of it. And I guess that self story it has, like this past weekend, I met people from North Carolina and Texas and Tennessee and Florida, and they come home to be a part of the community, even if it's just for a weekend, one day a year, or once every couple of years. And I know how hard that is to be that. So when I think about, because you always hear me harp about how rich we are in story, and how rich we are in medicine, and how rich we are in culture, and how rich we are around things. And on Sunday, on my way up from Toronto, I stopped in and visited these elders in this community I'm not from. They just happened to stop in, and we traded up some medicine and some medicine recipes. And I really lucked out because they must have been in a really good mood for storytelling. And they are the keepers of what they call the medicine obstetricon. And that's the only family that makes that. And so they were telling me this story about how they, back in the 1980s, they drove over Red Lake and visited Adam. And they took him that medicine. And then the way that it worked, and how it transcribed into what it is today. And I just lucked out. I call that a lucky Sunday. Without going to church, it was really lucky. And that's we all have those in our families. We all have those stories of medicine. We all have those stories of celebration. We all have those ceremonies. We all have those send-off ceremonies. We all have that birthing ceremony, all that stuff. And I guess that's how important each and every one of us is. Whether we sit around the governing table or the governing circle, or whether we sit in the community, or whether you sit at a slot machine all night. In 10 minutes, just kidding. But you begin to really center value me, meaning you. You begin to center value. You connect to. I have a really good old friend here in this community, and he was showing me pictures of of his granddaughter involved in the parade, and she wanted to be she wanted to be a part of the parade, and he made this little cover and put her in it, and they're on the parade, and I said, wow, I wonder if I could do that. And so we all have those memories of the 4th of July parade, or we all have those memories of the homecoming powwow here in the Sioux, and all this stuff. And I ran into Bud Byron today at the health center, and he had this big smile on his face because I snuck up behind him, and I said to Bud, I said, what an event, eh? And he goes, yeah. He says, all those young guys. He says, I was singing all these old songs that were so old, and the young guys thought they were new. So I wanted to share that about the humor that we still have around, eh? So I just wanted to share that with you. Is when you look around, we're all rich, and some of us have 20/20 vision, some of us don't, but we have what they have. We all have 100% heart, and if we put our heart into it, we can go a long ways, because we're still here today. So when you look at that, they say, is that we walked a long ways yesterday to be here today. Wasago yaik, mamagan ginago, bumum say yaik nungo. Is that we have to encourage each other to remember how far we've come, in order to know how far we can go. Bash we ought the army do, Mamma again in Chicago, was Mamma gets the Goski Jesus, Mamma get non deep week, my people watering. Mr. Gordon Ginago, going, I mean, go yai, Panega, the Bodge go yai, Ma'am, you go yai. Me get winning in one doggy, we are kick, can you get winning in Tago yai? Mamma get the mods we yai, Mamma get no dog, Mamma get a dishnabe yai, Mamma get dying. It's like we're probably the best ever living as humans. Probably. Way ya, way ya, ya, way ya, ya. Way ya, 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 way ya, 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 way oh, hey, way oh, way oh, hey, oh. Way ya, 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 way ya, ya, ya. Way ya, 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 way ya, ya, ya. Way ya, oh, way. Way ya, oh, way ya, oh, way, oh, way, oh. We mane Ganishna Beyane, we get yana Ganishna Beya, Mishkunda Geya, Mishkunigana Wegeya, Mishkunigana Gabwegeya, Mishkunigana Gabwegeya, Hanenigeya, Nanum Nege, Nani Bweniga Nishnabeya, Paneniya, Mishkunda, Kinignigeya, Mishkuya, Mishkunda Geya, Niabege Gagnishnabe. What that translates to is, when we stand, we're never weak. Mishkunan and Gabwigik, Mampina Nibwik, you can't beat that. And we have to really encourage each other to be that again. And that's what I'd like to share with us today. Bewitch.
Thank you so much, Gerard. Appreciate everything that you do. The next item that we're on is membership participation. So as Sioux Tribe citizens, you have the right to address your board of directors, and this is the time that you guys can do so. We reserve 5 minutes for every board member. If you guys need additional time, myself or someone from my office can follow up with you the very next day to have a lengthier conversation. As chairman of the tribe, sometimes I'll place people in closed sessions if they have, things to talk about with the board that are better suited in a confidential setting. And Michelle Moore, she's right there, Michelle. She has membership participation forms. If you guys want to talk to the board, just put your hand up and she'll have you fill out a form and then we'll get you up here. Okay, so the first tribal citizen that wants to talk to the board would be Barbara Parker. So Barbara, if you want to come up front, just make sure that your microphone is green when you speak to us.
Okay, hi everybody. Congratulations to the new board members. I'm really, really happy to see new faces, and I'm actually happy to see all the old faces too. I don't come to the board meetings a lot because, as some of you know, I take care of my sister Janice, who has been a 24-year Navy veteran, has dementia, and I've been taking care of her for 10 years. And the first thing that I want to talk about is how humbling it has been for me to take care of someone with dementia. When you look in the eyes of someone who looks at you and they're totally lost, and they're looking at you with they're so helpless. That has humbled me in a lot of ways. And one of those ways is to stop my own online arguments. People do tend to poke the bear every now and then, but I have gotten out of all of the sites. I think I'm out of all of them. I haven't participated. So from there, I would like to also say one thing about the Vietnam Wall that we have. I ran into Ed Cook, and he would really like to see us have more ceremonies over there, and I would really like to see that too. Ed is so passionate about the time he served in Vietnam, and he's very passionate about that wall. And I would really like to see us do something, maybe even on Memorial Day, and even honor Ed and all of our veterans, no matter who they are. But anyway, on to the things that I want to talk about. I have a list. First off, I would like to see us have election reform. I really would like us to focus on election reform and see. I, for one, am for poll voting and absentee ballots, but that's me. So it makes sense to me. It makes sense because of all of the waste we have in postage and the ungodly amount of money that people have to spend to do their own when you're running, you know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, your own elections. But and I give you all credit. I tried it once, and man, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I would not be a good board member. But I appreciate you all that are doing it so much. The other thing, I would like to see us do recycle programs. I would like to see recycle bins at all sites, but for the time being, the first place I would like to see it is at Naganagizik. I would like to see the 3 bin sites. I understand people may throw garbage. I understand they might, but we have the ability to have cameras. I really think we need them. I would like to see up at Odenang. I would like to see recycle bins up there, where that place is growing like crazy, and it's so nice up there. I love it up there. It's quiet, it's peaceful. I live by a lot of elders. It's just a really nice place to live up there. So I really would like us to work on recycle bins. The other thing is the homeless shelter. I'm so happy that we have the homeless shelter. I would like to see us do more sober living shelters. I look at these empty hotels and think, we could do sober living. We could purchase one of these older hotels and do more sober living. In California, there was a program called Jericho, and it was where all of these people were living, and they were given jobs, and they were given per diems, and at the end of their stay, that was a year or a 2-year program, at the end of their stay, they were given a whole lump sum of money that they earned, whether they were doing construction or anything else. So it's just an example of what we could do and have our people working for us as in a sober living environment. And I would like to see us have diplomats. I would like to see board members have diplomats. I know you travel. I would like to see you take an elder, a student, someone interested in wherever you're going, NCAI, Las Vegas, tribal conferences. I personally want you guys to send me to Winona LaDuke's farm. So if we could make that happen, I'd appreciate that. And what else do I have? I think that's it. I think that's probably enough. I appreciate you all, and I will be back more often. Thanks.
Thank you for being here, Barbara.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
All right, next up is Luann Bush.
Abuju Kikikwe Indijnikas, Chichak Dodem, Minising and Donjaba, Bawating and Dida, Odinang Court, Dida. My paper name is Luann Bush. I'm Crane Clan. My family's from Munising, but I live here. I witnessed a wonderful ceremony last night. I know I only have 5 minutes or whatever. And I appreciate every single one of you and what you do. Whether we're here in this building, we lay our sema every morning so that you have the ability to lead our people, our great nation. And I appreciate that personally. Miigwech to you all, including the ones that sit behind you that are at home, your families, your friends, your supporters. Even if we don't agree on certain things, we can come to a consensus and again lead our great nation. My family comes from Grand Island Band. So with that said, the 2 items that I wrote on my paper, I appreciated what Barb just said about Odinang. Is a very special place for a lot of us. And I agree with the, most definitely with the things that she suggested. There is a concern about lighting, like street lights. Not a lot, but quite a few of the street lights don't work. And with the added apartment complex, our roads, the surfaces of our roads, when they did the new servicing and stuff like that, I don't believe they put in the best quality of blacktop and stuff, and there's quite a few dips and things like that, and with the added traffic, that it might become a concern. I've witnessed speeding, and we have a lot more children in the area, and I don't see speed signs that says 15 or 20 or whatever that mileage is out there. That would be something that would be greatly appreciated. The other concern is taking care of our elders, of course. And I appreciate what housing does with cutting the grass and taking care of the snow. In the wintertime, it howls up there, and sometimes we get snowed in. And I've witnessed ambulances getting stuck and not being able to take care of the ones that they came up to take to the hospital. So that's a concern to think about also. The other thing that I would like to ask about is the elder building that's being renovated. None of us were asked, what are your needs before the architect or whoever put the plans together. And it's like, holy smokes, you guys didn't even ask us, especially for handicap accessibility in our bathrooms. So perhaps those that visit us tomorrow at Unit 1 committee meeting could just take a look. And sometimes it just takes a word of kindness and reassurance for some of our elders that are hard of hearing or don't understand the process. So with that said, again, I really appreciate every single one of you, and whether you see me or not, same as late, every day for you. Your great leadership. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you for being here, Luann. Appreciate you coming up. Michelle, do we have anyone else that has any membership participation forms submitted? Okay. All right, so with that, we will move on to minutes. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 6/16 of 26.
Motion.
Motion by Rob, support by
Larry.
Larry. Any discussion on those proposed minutes? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those abstaining?
Abstain.
Okay, those voting no? Okay, motion carries, thank you.
I wasn't here.
So Ashley and Tyler were the abstentions? Yes. Okay.
Okay. So that moves us down to resolutions. So without objection from the board, I'd like to handle the 8 resolutions that pertain to the changing of signers first. So that would be Central Savings Bank, Flagstar Bank, Huntington Bank, Nicolay Bank, People's State Bank, PNC Bank, Sioux Co-op Credit Union, and Sovereign Bank. So is there a motion to accept all 8 right now?
Motion.
Okay, motion by Bridget, support by
Support.
Larry. Any objection to waiving the reading? It's quite lengthy, but we can have Holly explain everything to our membership.
We also need to sign different resolution numbers.
Yep, we'll take care of that. Okay, so hearing no objection, we're gonna waive the reading, so Ashley, you don't need to read it. Holly, can you explain these resolutions in more detail to our citizens?
Yes, and thank you for adding these tonight. So these resolutions will allow us to change the signatures on the bank and investment accounts that we have. What that will do is, last night there was a special meeting and an election of officers. So we need to update the treasurer, secretary, and vice chair, as those individuals have changed, or the majority of those individuals have changed. This will change nothing else with our bank transactions, no waiver of sovereign immunity. This is simply to update the signatures.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. Do any board members have any questions or comments? Hearing none, we shall vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, so that would bring us to the first resolution that's printed here in our forms. The first one is titled USDA FY26 Budget Modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modifications to the USDA for a change to the personal page and reallocations of expenses, no effect on tribal support.
Okay, motion by Larry, support by Tyler. Cheryl, could you explain this to our citizens, please?
Hi, my name is Cheryl McCurchie. I'm the Food Distribution Program Director. And this resolution adds a commodities educator to my administrative budget. No effect on tribal support or third-party revenue.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Have a good night. The next resolution is Big Bear Admin FY26 Budget Modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Big Bear Administration for changes to the personal page. No effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Thank you. We have a motion by Larry, support by Rob. Tammy, could you explain this resolution for us, please?
Good evening, Tammy Graham, the Recreation Director for the tribe. This resolution changes two job titles back to their original titles prior to the compensation study. The changes have no impact on wages, benefits, or job classification. They're limited to job titles only.
Okay, appreciate that. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. The next resolution is Enrollment FY26 Budget Modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to enrollment for a decrease in tribal support of $66,758.49 and an increase in other revenues of $21,000.
Motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Larry, which is supported by Kim Gravel. Julie, could you explain this resolution, please?
Sure. Julie Salo, Tribal Registrar. This budget mod would allow us to eliminate the enrollment clerk position and replace it with another enrollment coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. No, there was a reduction in what they added, didn't exceed 50. The next resolution is National Telecom / Information Establish FY27 Budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of a FY 2027 budget for National Telecom and Information Administration with federal DOC revenue of $500,000, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, support by Larry. This Larry.
Larry Jocks, Director of Strategic Planning. These funds are intended to provide a funding subsidy for tribal member households on reservation for monthly broadband fees at an amount estimated to be about $76 per household per month for up to about a year. The program will officially end on 3/31/27 with a pay in advance option for remaining funds. Being on tribal housing, this will act as a qualifier for income, ensuring every household is eligible for the program.
Yep, and this is our broadband project, which has been in the works for several years. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Cole.
Here.
Yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Lana.
Here. I did that before.
What was your, Lana? Okay. You said here. Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Here. Yes.
Ashley.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Aaron.
Here. Yes.
And Sue.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next resolution is Health PRC FY26 Budget Modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to PRC for changes to the personal page and reallocation of expenses.
Motion.
Thank you. Motion by Larry, supported by Rob. Joel?
Good evening, everyone. Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director. My resolution is essentially reallocation of savings within the PRC budget to give us the ability to move forward with a potential hire for an experienced worker for us.
I appreciate that. Let's see where I'm at. Any discussion from the board? Aaron?
So our treasurer's not here, but I think if he were, he would be actually asking for the amount to be reflected in the resolution.
Oh.
So, or at least referencing the attached, because it's
Okay.
not. So I'll make a friendly amendment to add, consistent with the attached RIS.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend to include the funding source and amount to the RIRS?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Lana. Any discussion on that amendment? Okay, hearing none, just to vote on the amendment. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining. All right, so the resolution successfully amended to reflect that. We're back on the main resolution. Any further questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Joel. Next resolution is Human Resources FY 26 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Human Resources for an increase in tribal support of $20,088.30 for space costs.
Motion.
Motion by Larry. Support by Rob. All right, Ashley.
Ashley Samuelson, HR Director for Governmental. This budget mod is for space costs associated for us to move from one location inside of the administration building to another location that serves us better with confidentiality in mind.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ashley. Any discussion from the board on this? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is titled JKL Fiduciary FY 26 Budget Modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby waives resolution number 2024-205, governmental budget policy for the prohibition of budget modifications or establishment of new budgets after a cost center's fiscal year end. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to JKL School Fiduciary for a decrease in federal BIA revenue of $200,000, no effect on tribal support. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to JKL School interest for the use of fund balance of $200,000, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, support by Rob. Mr. Connolly.
Good evening. I'm Bill Conley, JKL Fiduciary Accountant. And this resolution would allow a transfer of an expenditure for a contract providing educational services from the main JKL Fiduciary Cost Center to the one whereby we have our school interest so that the funds could be paid from that cost center.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Any questions, comments from the board? Aaron.
So I'm going to support this tonight because it's basically covering what we've already done and also what's allowable under the interest for the JKL fiduciary interest. But the reason we have to do it is because the BIA has told us we can no longer use ISEP funds for Malcolm. And so we need to find a solution for that. I've been proposing one for at least 3 months now. And really urging us to do something because it's not fair to Malcolm to not know what the future looks like. It's also not fair to JKL to continue taking funds from their funds that could be used for a high school. So I will support this because it's already done. We're going into our second year on a 2-year agreement, but for the second year, we need a different solution. So I will support this tonight.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Yes.
Sue,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution is Adam Walsh establish FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of a FY 2026 budget for Adam Walsh Act Implementation Grant with federal DOJ revenue of $67,664.37, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Larry,
Support.
support by Tyler. All right, Bob, fill us in.
Good evening, Bob Marchand, I'm the Chief of Police. What this resolution will do will establish a budget for the Adam Walsh grant extension that we received, and this will be used to wage and fringe for this ordinance coordinator and office supplies.
Okay, much appreciated. Any discussion from the board? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Aaron,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yep.
Sue,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Next resolution is GLRI Wolf Management establish FY27 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of a FY 2027 budget, GLRI, Adaptive Management Wolf with federal BIA revenue of $1,003.08, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Larry,
Support.
support by Kim Gravel. All right, Danny, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Danny Fagan, Director for the Natural Resources Division. Eric presented this one at the workshop earlier, but couldn't be here tonight. This is to spend out $1,003 in grant funding and close out this grant.
Okay,
No,
much
no trouble
appreciated.
support.
Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those abstaining, those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Next resolution is titled Nuns Creek FY26 Budget Modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves FY 2026 budget modifications to Nuns Creek Rehab Hatchery for an increase in federal BIA revenue of $135,000, no effect on tribal support.
Motion. Support.
Motion by Larry, support by Tyler. Danny?
Sure. Filling in for Jack Tumakowski. These are restricted dollars from the BIA Fish Hatchery Maintenance Program, and we're looking to modify our 2026 budget to complete 2 projects for our 30-acre walleye pond out at the Barbo facility.
Okay, very good. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Sue,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next resolution is BIA FY26 Budget Modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to BIA for the use of $200,000 in BIA fund balance for consulting contracting, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Larry,
Support.
support by Tyler. Jeff?
Yeah, good evening. Jeff Holt, Self-Governance Coordinator, Specialist. This fund is to pay for consulting fees for a 105L program for the BIA program. And this is a fund balance transfer.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just one comment. Somehow you look younger.
It's probably you need better glasses, Aaron.
All right, roll call, please.
Lana,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Sue,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff. Have a good night.
Thank you.
The next resolution is Tribal Wildlife Grant, TWG, 2026 application.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe Sioux Tribe Board of Directors approves the Natural Resource Division to apply for up to $200,000 across a 3-year project period in USFWS TWG funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary to appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Larry.
Support.
Support by Tyler. Danny.
We're seeking approval to apply to the Tribal Wildlife Grant Program. We've been successful with this in the past, although that was focused on coastal work in the St. Mary's. This time, we're interested in submitting a proposal to advance coast stewardship work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on National Wildlife Refuge lands, including specifically with Seney National Wildlife Refuge, and focusing on pre- and post-fire monitoring.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is Aquatic Invasive Species Grant Application.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors authorizes the Natural Resource Division to apply for up to $100,000 in USFWS Aquatic Invasive Species funding. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, supported by Rob. Danny?
If approved to submit this grant proposal, we'll be looking for funding to support a fisheries biologist to carry out early detection, rapid response, habitat restoration, and outreach focused on invasive species in the St. Mary's River.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is Robert Wood Johnson Foundation application.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Natural Resource Division to apply for up to $500,000 in Robert Wood Johnson Foundation from Insight to Action Health Equity Research that meets this moment funding in partnership with UM. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute all documents, contracts, and subcontracts as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, support by Tyler. Danny?
So we're seeking approval to co-apply to this funding opportunity from a private foundation, and this is in partnership with the University of Michigan. We have an existing memorandum of understanding with the University of Michigan School for Environment and Sustainability, or U of MCs. We'd be working with directly with Drs. Terry Modry and Kyle White to do this work, and really this is focused on understanding how the ecological restoration and conservation work that we do on the ground within the 1836 actually improves health outcomes for our tribal community members.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? What I will say to the new board members is you're gonna see Danny Fagan quite a bit because she aggressively goes after funding. She is an absolute rock star and her division does fantastic work. So with that, we'll vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next resolution is amend Resolution 2007-96/Special Needs Scholarship.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the annual expenditure of $2,000 from the YEA Cost Center 2080 to be awarded annually in equal amounts of $1,000 to 2 eligible tribal members ages 17 or under with special needs, and $2,000 from the Higher Education Cost Center 2060 to be awarded annually to equal amounts of $1,000 to 2 eligible tribal members ages 18 or over with special needs. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall be effective immediately and rescind Resolution 2007-96, Establishment of Educational Assistance Award for members with special needs, special education needs.
Motion.
All right, thank you. Motion by Larry, support by Lana. Jess, if you cover this one, we'd appreciate it.
Yep, good evening, Jessica Dumbeck, Governmental CEO, here tonight on behalf of Stephanie Sprecher, our Education Director. And this resolution is the request to establish 4 special needs scholarships. We've previously had these scholarships. They were established back in 2007. We're just looking at changing the funding sources. 2 of the scholarships will be paid through YEA, and 2 of the scholarships will be managed through higher education.
Appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
The next resolution is Award RFP 26-022 to Great Lakes Roofing.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby awards RPF number 26-022 to Great Lakes Roofing for $265,000 funding by Facility Management Fund Balance Company 860. Be it further resolved, the legal department will work with Facility Management to negotiate a contract with Great Lakes Roofing for the roof replacement project. Be it finally resolved, the Board of Directors authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute any documents necessary once approved by the legal department, subject that it does not require additional approval from the Board of Directors under any applicable tribal laws or policies to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion.
All right, motion by Larry, support by Tyler. Mr. Conley.
Can I just make one note?
Yeah.
There is a typo. It says RPF, not RFP. That's it.
Okay.
Administrative.
Any objection to making that clerical error on the resolution? Hearing no objection, we will correct that. Go ahead, Bill.
Bill Conley again. This resolution will allow the Facilities Department to replace 2 existing metal roofs at the JKL campus, one on the middle school and one on a gymnasium, with a membrane roofing system in the amount of $265,000.
Okay, I appreciate it, Bill. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Ashley.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler. Aaron.
Yes.
Sue.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next resolution is authorized family violence prevention application.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes application to the Office of Family Violence Prevention and Services for Family Violence Prevention and Services formula funding for FY 2026. Be it further resolved that Austin Lowe's Tribal Chairman is hereby authorized to submit said proposal to the Office of Family Violence Prevention and Services to negotiate, execute, and amend any documents resulting therefrom on the tribe's behalf.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, seconded by Lana. Jamie?
Ani Boujou, Jamie Moran. I'm the Nishnabek Community and Family Services Director, and I'm here tonight to cover for Jessica McCurchie, who is the Advocacy Resource Center Director. We're respectfully requesting approval to submit a grant application to the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act that will continue to support our intimate partner violence shelter operations and wage and fringe of staff.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Do any board members have any questions or comments? Hearing none, we shall vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is OVW FY26 grants to Indian tribal governments.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes an application for funding for the OVW fiscal year 2026 grants to Indian tribal government programs. Be it further resolved that Austin Lowe's Tribal Chairman is hereby authorized to submit said proposal to the Department of Justice, Office on Violence Against Women to negotiate, execute, and amend any documents resulting therefrom on the tribe's behalf.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, seconded by Lana. Jamie?
Again, we are respectfully requesting the authority to submit a grant application to OVW, Tribal Governments Program. This will sustain the ARC's current full-time community educator, 1 full-time victim advocate, and part of the director.
Okay, much appreciated. Do any board members have any questions or comments? Okay, then we shall vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Have a good night, Jamie.
Two,
Yes,
Miigwech.
yeah. All right, the next resolution is MIEA Tribal Elder Appointments.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby moves Diane Campo from the alternate to delegate and appoints Luann Bush to the alternate seat to represent the elders of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, both for the remainder of the 2-year period expiring on June 2027, and will execute the duties of the delegate and alternate as outlined in the MIEA bylaws.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Larry, supported by Aaron. Katie?
Good evening, Katie Peabody, Elder Services Division Director. I also have Tanya Robbins, our registered nurse, with us. So Sioux Tribe has 3 elders that represent the elders on the Michigan Indian Elders Association. Del Campo is moving out of the area, so we'd like to move Diane Campo from her alternate seat to a delegate and appoint Luann Bush as the alternate.
Okay. Let's see where we're at. Any board discussion on this? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Okay, thank you for that. The next resolution is titled Elder Ramp Program Policy Update.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians approves the attached updated Elder Ramp Program Policy.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, supported by Lana. Katie?
Okay, so the elder ramp policy has been in place since 2015. Initially, it was put there for temporary ramps, no longer than 6 months. We are finding that elders may need the ramps for longer periods of time. So this policy is to update the language, changing the words temporary to long-term ramps.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions or comments? Tyler?
Do you know if we're seeking long-term care funding for this assistance? Are we working with the health division to do that?
It's currently funded by third-party revenue.
So long-term care is a different funding access point that we can, behind-the-scenes discussion, I'll work with administration.
Basically, if someone has private insurance different than Meritain, if their insurance will help cover that, you know what I mean? Let's do it to save money from third-party revenue, but we can work on that.
Absolutely.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Have a good night. All right, the next resolution is accept 2025 Housing Authority audit.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby accepts the 2025 Housing Authority audit as presented to the Sioux Tribe Audit Committee on June 18th, 2026 by Anderson, Tackman and Company, PLC.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Larry.
Support.
Support by Tyler. Maria's on Zoom. If you could cover this for our membership, we'd appreciate it.
Yep, this is Maria Mangina, I'm the Housing Director. So this is our audit for 2025. This resolution will accept it. It was clean and there was no findings.
Okay, very good. Do any board members have any questions or comments? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is Housing Authorization to apply for COC grant.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority Director or their designee to execute any and all documents, as many as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, support by Kim. Maria, could you cover this too?
Yes, this is the HUD Continuum Care Builds Grant. It's $11 million and we would like to use it at the Permanent Supportive Housing Unit for construction, operating, infrastructure, parking lot, and anything else we need. So our Permanent Supportive Housing project has a bunch of layered fundings, and this is one grant that we're looking to be able to apply for.
Okay, much appreciated. Any questions, comments on this? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is amending Chapter 90 Housing Authority.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby adopts the attached amendment Tribal Code Chapter 90 Housing Authority Ordinance absorbing the utility authority into the housing authority. Be it further resolved, the governmental CFO and housing director are authorized to perform any administrative budget modifications necessary to move any outstanding utility authority funds to the housing authority. Be it finally resolved, the terms of this resolution shall be effective immediately.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Larry, supported by Tyler. Maria?
This is the Chapter 90 Housing Authority code, and we would like to put the utility authority officially under the housing authority, so it would separate, or it would combine the two, so we wouldn't need an additional meeting. The budgets would be handled internally by the housing authority. I have written into the Indian Housing Plan subsidy for the utility authority, so to us, it makes sense that this just comes into the housing authority for management. This was approved by legal, and so I think we're good to go here.
Thank you for that. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. We get your last resolution, Maria. It's titled Rescinding Chapter 92 Utility Authority.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby rescinds Tribal Code Chapter 92 Utility Authority Ordinance. Be it finally resolved, the terms of this resolution shall be effective immediately.
Motion by Larry, support by Tyler. Let's see
So
this,
this
Maria.
So this resolution will rescind the utility authority code. Since it's coming under the housing authority, it's no longer needed.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions, comments for Maria on this resolution? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Have a good night, Maria.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes all the items that we have under resolutions, so that brings us down to new business. So I would like to entertain a motion to accept the reappointment of Diane Capo to the Unit 1 Elder Subcommittee, to accept the reappointment of Luann Bush to the Unit 1 Elder Subcommittee, to accept the resignation of Shirley Van Alstyne from the Unit 1 Elder Subcommittee, to accept the reappointment of Thomas Tufnell to the Unit 4 Manistee Elder Committee, to accept the reappointment of Luann Bush to the Elder Advisory Committee, to accept the reappointment of Thomas Tufnell to the Health Board Committee, and lastly, to accept the reappointment of David Frazier Jr. to the Conservation Committee.
Motion.
All right, motion by Larry, supported by Tyler. Any discussion on any of these? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings up JKL Fiduciary Chair.
Motion to appoint Chairman Lowe's as the chair of the JKL Fiduciary Committee.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have support. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel,
No.
Cole,
Yes.
Lana,
No.
Bridget,
No.
Rob,
Yes.
Ashley,
No.
Larry,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Sue.
Yes.
7 yeses, 4 noes.
Motion carries. Appreciate the opportunity to serve. That brings us to Secretary Election Board. Josh, if you could remind our tribal citizens who was randomly drawn today. Also, one of the individuals that was selected withdrew her nomination, and there is only one other person that put in their name for consideration, so that person will get that seat.
Yeah.
So this afternoon, we did the random drawing of tribal members for the Secretarial Election Board, with the Unit 1 drawing being Carolyn Dale, the Unit 2 being Jacqueline Minton, the Unit 3, since the person who was drawn withdrew, it is Colleen Utter. Unit 4 is Timothy J. Derwin. Unit 5 is Taylor Spade. and the two at large are Clarence Hudak and Emily Smith.
Motion.
Support.
Okay, so we have a motion and support to accept the individuals that are legal Department of the Tribe just listed off. And again, this is for the Secretary Election Board. Any discussion on these individuals? Rob?
I would just like to point out that this is a historical committee to sit on. I would like to thank everyone who stepped forward, whether you're chosen or not. And thank you for the service to upholding our sovereignty in this way.
Okay, appreciate it. Anyone else?
I have this.
Go ahead.
Are you gonna move on to talk about what this will do once we finish with this? You're gonna explain that this will be the final step in the process?
This is the final step the tribe takes, and after we have until July 16th for the chairman and legal to send a list of the election board to the BIA. And once that list is sent to the BIA, they will call their first meeting within 5 days to set the schedule for the election. Then from there on, the tribe will have no role, and the BIA will be, and the election board will be taking all the necessary steps to conduct the election. And the deadline for the election to be conducted by is September 26th. And once the election board meets for the first time, they will set the count night for the election.
And I haven't looked online or seen our page or anything, but we are gonna announce that there was no comments back from the BIA on any of the draft, so that is the final document that we are sending forward. There's no other review, and this is the final step.
That is correct. The constitutional draft that was approved in June in Marquette is the final draft that will be voted on in the secretarial election.
Thank you.
Yep, and just to reiterate that, the regional office didn't have any proposed revisions for us. So the last time that we heard from the local BIA office was the last proposed set of changes that they had for us. And the deadline that the BIA has to send out the ballots to start this election is September 26th. So this is happening. This is happening. Any further discussion on this? Rob?
I would just like to request that we send the ballots out on September 23rd.
Oh.
We don't have any
It's my
control of
birthday.
that.
It's not up to us. BIA is running the election. We're out of it at this point.
We're out of it. All right, Rob.
All right, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. So that brings us to our last item, which are board concerns. Does anyone have any? Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
I do. All right. So for the new board members, I always type mine up, submit them ahead of time, and post them. In the past, I've recommended that the tribal board set up to serve on tribal committees as part of their duty. We have at least 15 committees of the board. I think it's more than that, that may benefit from tribal board members knowing this additional level of information from a respectful government oversight role. So can we please consider having each tribal board member accept at least 2 assignments to serve on as ex officio members of each committee? And then can we also consider drafting a tribal board job description with minimum duties required? Suggestions include that people have asked for many years: office hours, unit meetings, tribal volunteer hours for tribal events, attendance at tribal community events, support the chairperson and government-to-government duties in representing our tribe in Lansing, regionally, nationally, and intertribally, serving on national tribal advisories, and number 1, attend, and number 2, report back to the tribe, and then require tribal board members to submit trip reports for all board travel. Currently, we don't do that, and our staff are required to submit trip reports, so I don't see why we can't also do that. But so that's just a sampling of what a job description could entail. And then number 2, the elder, they left already, but last time I attended a Unit 1 elder meeting, an elder was actually pretty angry, but yelled across the room, "When's the board going to take a pay cut?" And my response was that I do support a referendum so we can vote on the board's compensation. If you've been reading the email chatter back and forth with the legal department, we didn't request it, so we're going to get blamed for it, but we didn't request it. But the board salary is memorialized in the constitutional amendment. I don't know if you've noticed that, but like we never talked about it at this table, but the current board's current salary is memorialized in the constitutional amendment. So if the members vote to approve, our current salary will be also approved. So, but we could always do a referendum after the fact to let the people decide what the board pay should be. But let me also say that the members that were present at the Elder Luncheon Unit 2 meeting also said that they believe that the board compensation would be justified if we had a job description and if we had clear duties and responsibilities. And as our vice chair said early, he listed out a whole bunch of things that he's doing. And some board members do serve on a number of committees and national advisories, but it's not a requirement. And over the years, we've had some board members who haven't done anything like that at all. So it should be a minimum expectation. Members have been asking for years. But I also think it'll be voluntary because the election is what decides whether or not you get reelected, right? But it can't hurt us to take a good faith effort to write a job description and then follow that job description. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Does anyone else have any board concerns? Rob.
I would just like to, well, first of all, I sit on 3 committees, intertribal, and I advocate in Lansing and DC when asked to. But I don't really have a board concern. I just wanted to make it a point to say welcome to Sue, Cole, and Ashley. And congratulations for making it through your first meeting.
Congratulations. We had 32 resolutions that we voted on this evening and quite a few items under new business too. So nice job, guys. Ashley, nice job reading the resolutions. Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes all the items that we have for today's meeting agenda. Without objection, meeting adjourned. And I don't see any objections, so meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.